Cool. Also, I'm gonna need you guys to go to my newest YouTube short and like it. Here's the link. This is the short. It's cut from my YouTube video. Also, I have a new project to share with you guys that I'm working on right now. It's gonna be super sick. It's totally gonna help with all the slop content. Trust me, you guys are gonna love it. But this is the YouTube short.
If you're constantly putting...
And if I want to get into what my real beef with pirate software is, right? And this is probably the meanest I'm gonna get in this discussion. His whole just be creative, just makes games is fake as fuck, if I'm being real. If it's removed from politics. So I have that. This is the 3-minute short. So it used to be 1 minute, but it's not 1 minute anymore. Same take. I have the take that I believe in my heart of hearts, everybody is a creative. Everybody, given the opportunity, will make something. Right? Pretty, what's up? Thank you. That's the reason why I believe, or I'm anti-capitalist, right? I believe in systems like socialism or communism or whatever, right? Because I believe that if you give people and you fix their material conditions, you allow them a chance to grow and build the art that they want to build. And you are never going to do that, right? They will never do that when they are bogged down by the systems of capitalism. Any take that is about just be... Oops. I don't know why I've been in my shorts. I've never shortened the shorts tab. Is it not? Oh, okay. That actually might be the fault. That's my fault. Wait. Okay. Nobody liked this, chat. Nobody liked this video. Everybody stop engaging. I keep doing that all the time, bro. Every time. Let's upload. Okay, wait, okay. How do I make this a short? Okay, if I private this, do I have to upload it from my phone? Or how do I? Oh, is it because it's 3 minutes long? Tap edit into a short. Videos. Okay, maybe I have to do it from my phone. Because if it's okay. Ah, that sucks. All right, hold on. We can fix this. We can fix this if I go to. Create project. All right, you need to cut something out of here to make it less than 3 minutes long. Okay, that's 3 seconds off. Let me do this. How do I zoom in? Oh, okay. But live shorts editing, I guess. Okay, I'll just cut that there. Live shorts editing. Do I have two chat windows? Okay, I'll close this one up. I mean, editing in CapCut kind of difficult, honestly. I'm so used to Premiere Pro. Oh wait. Okay. I think honestly that's good enough. I don't think I need to go into like this part. There we go. That's short enough. How do I export this? Videos. Export. Parts of React to you? No. I don't think so. I don't want to put this on YouTube. I want to put this on YouTube Shorts though. Yeah, it might have been that it's too long. Okay, plus upload video. Tap upload short to publish the short. How do you do that? Upload short? No, it's not coming up as up. Okay. What if I download it on my phone and do it on my phone? Fair. Let's see. Here. Anyway, what's up, chat? Hello. Sorry, we're going on a slight tangent. I hope you guys are doing well. How's everybody doing today? You just found out the AdSense from Shorts. No wonder all the creators are pretty long form on the back burner for like a year there. Now Reddit is a big example that comes to mind. The way YouTube makes you have to do it on your phone. It said like upload to Shorts, but it's not showing up for me, so I don't. Yeah, it's just not letting me upload it to Shorts. But I know I can do it if I do it on my phone. Where's it at? Studio. Plus. I need to get the video first. Drive. Download. Your yellow is good on you. Thank you. Okay. Yep. Okay. Short. Caption is short. What was my caption that I had before? It was. Let me check. Oh, did I private the wrong one? This one's still public. I'll unlist it. There we go. The reality of creative, or no, too long. Under capitalism. Creativity under capitalism. Related videos. Pirate software. Comments. Let's turn the comments on. That's fine. All right. Upload short. Upload short. It's uploading. Pause. Brother, and review a song I just released. I do not do song reviews, unfortunately. One person ruined it for everybody like a year ago. No shot. No shot. No. Okay, wait.
The Supreme Court could issue a...
Bro, my left ear loves this.
The Supreme Court is likely to share its decision on whether to delay a ban on the social media platform TikTok today. The court heard oral arguments last week in TikTok's fight to save the platform from a new federal law requiring it to divest from its Chinese-based parent company by Sunday. Otherwise, it'll face a nationwide ban. The administration is also stepping in, saying it does not plan to fine companies that allow access to the app in the U.S. during Biden's final 36 hours in office. Instead, the administration says it'll defer implementation of the law to the incoming Trump administration. The Washington Post reports President-elect Trump has been exploring possible ways to keep TikTok running, including a potential executive order that would unravel the law passed by Congress and signed by President Biden. Trump once advocated for the ban, but has recently expressed interest in being seen as rescuing the platform on which he's been told he's admired. In an appearance on Fox News yesterday, Trump's incoming national security advisor, Congressman Mike Waltz, said Trump would put measures in place to keep the platform from going dark.
Well, President Trump, and this is in line with the legislation, we will put measures in place to keep TikTok from going dark. In the legislation allows for an extension as long as a viable deal is on the table. And then, essentially that buys President Trump time to keep TikTok going. It's been a great platform for him and his campaign to get his America First message out. But at the same time, he wants to protect their data.
So, update as of 10 minutes ago. The Supreme Court rules to upload TikTok's ban, setting the stage for you. Okay, no, I have to. My friend Jasmine is studying to be a lawyer, so I asked her perspective on the TikTok ban, and she said it's not going to happen. The Supreme Court, they're conservative, but they always stand on the side of free speech. They've never wavered on that. Huh? The Supreme Court has upheld a law requiring Chinese-based ByteDance to. Where's the opinion at? I need the opinion. Where's the opinion at? TikTok Supreme Court. I want to see who voted for what. I need to see it. Oh my freaking goodness. As of January 19th, the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act will make it unlawful for companies in the United States to provide services to distribute, maintain, or update the social media platform TikTok unless U.S. operations of the platform is severed from the Chinese control. Petitioners are two TikTok operating entities and a group of U.S. TikTok users. We consider whether the act is implied the petitioners violates First Amendment. In doing so, we are conscious that this the cases before us involve new technologies and transformative capabilities. This challenges the new context of counsel's caution on our part. As Justice Frankfurt advised 80 years ago, in considering the application of established legal rules to the totally new problems raised by the airplane and radio, we should take care not to embarrass the future. Northwest Airlines Inc. of Richmond, Minnesota. That caution is heightened in our case. I want to see who voted for what. Yap. Who cares? Opinion. Sotomayor. Justice Sotomayor, concurring on the judgment. I join all but part 2 of the court's. So liberal justice also aligning with the conservatives on this, concurring in part with the judgment, just not part 2, but what have you. Gorsuch, concurring. Okay. I want to see the breakdown though. Is there like, is this like the dissension? Yeah, because I don't know like what concurring in part means. Like, does it mean that she dissents? As a reminder of the per curiam opinion, I agree that the act survives petitioner's First Amendment challenge. So like, man, freaking legal ruling kind of suck. I'm gonna be real. Here is it on the website. So it's the full thing. No dissents. I don't see any dissents. Alito dissenting. Okay. This was like a previous case. Never mind. It's not this dissent. I don't know how this usually comes out, but says unanimous when looking around Twitter. Yeah. Yeah. I told you, chat. I literally told you this would happen. I literally told you this would happen. I told you it would be unanimous. This is the first time the Supreme Court has like agreed on anything. And they all agreed to ban TikTok unanimously. Are you serious? Unanimously.
You're watching ABC News Live special coverage of the Supreme
United States.
Oh my goodness, this is not news, bro. He has 2 viewers. Please, YouTube, give me an actual news source.
You're watching ABC.
I'm begging you. Is nobody live talking about this? Okay, we'll go ahead. We'll watch this. Because this is from a day ago, technically. This is an ad. It's making me see an ad. Here, yes, okay. Stop. Stop. Sorry, Jesus, my computer's dying. What do you mean my video is going to take an hour, 2 hours to upload from my phone? I have 1,000, I have a gig up. And the video's not a gig. It should literally take 1 second. I literally pay for 1,000 megabytes. Well, 1,000 down and 1,000 up. So yes. What do you mean you're taking? Okay. Oh my goodness. I'm going to go. Okay, wait. I'm deleting this and I'm starting again. Big Pirate is out to get you. I'm saying. Does anybody have Schumer on the Senate floor? I want to see that. Oh, I found it. I have it saved. Shout out to the clip. Kin clip.
Say a few words about protecting TikTok's future while also protecting America's national security at the same time.
Congress panics realizing no one's going to buy TikTok before a ban, a problem they created, with Senator Schumer saying it's clear that more time is needed to find an American buyer that may not disrupt the lives or livelihoods of Americans, millions of Americans. So many influencers have built up a good network of following. And this is the thing. They thought China wasn't about it. They thought TikTok wasn't about it. They were like, no, they're going to sell. We're America, gosh darn it. Who would, who in their right mind would stop services to America. We're America. And TikTok was like, we'll stop services. You're like 60% of our market share. You know what I mean? Like, we'll just go international. And they're like, no, we're America. You have to give us the stuff that we're America. And they're just like, no. And now they're scrambling. They're like, well, maybe we give them a little bit more time to find an American buyer. Huh? Maybe they don't know how good we are now. They don't know how good we are. So like, they just have to like, we have to tell them how good we are in a little bit.
It's clear that more time is needed to find an American buyer and not disrupt the lives and livelihoods of millions of Americans, of so many.
I'm sorry, why would you pass the bill then that bans TikTok on a day? You're like, well, this day wasn't good, even though the bill says it's the day. Bro.
Many influencers who have built up a good network of followers. That's why last night.
Honestly, at this point, I hope TikTok stands by. Like, I hope TikTok pulls out. I do. Like, obviously, it's, sucks that we've gotten to the point in the first place, but don't give America what they want.
Senate Democrats tried to pass a bill that will extend the deadline to give
You passed a bill that made the deadline the deadline. What are you talking about?
everyone more time to come up with a workable solution. But Senate.
What do you mean? We've come to a workable solution. You said TikTok needs to sell itself to an American company or it needs to leave, and they decided to leave. What are you talking about? That was the solution that was come to. And now you're like, well, we need some more time to come to a better solution. You just want an American company to own TikTok. You are not going to force TikTok to sell itself. TikTok has said they would rather die or go international than sell itself to an American company. And that's an L you have to hold now. They're so cooked in the midterms, bro. They're so cooked in the midterms.
Republicans blocked our bill, which is stunning because time is running short. We will continue to work to find a responsible solution to keeping.
Like, I'm sorry, and I like Ed Markey in comparison to the Democrats at large, but like Ed Markey voted for the TikTok ban, only to then a week before the ban goes into effect to be like, well, I'm passing a bill that would extend the deadline and give us some more time to really consider our options here. Why would you vote for the ban then? Why? Schumer, you introduced the legislation as majority leader. Under your tutelage of your Senate chambers, overwhelmingly passed. Democrats and Republicans, bipartisan. You never get these people to agree on anything. And now you want to sit here and be like, no, guys, we're fighting for you. They think this would work. Because the problem is, this is how the Democrats operate, right? They make your lives meaningfully worse, and then they try to claw it back at the end, at the final stretch, at the ninth inning. And when it inevitably fails, they're like, oh, it's the Republicans' fault, actually. They always do this. Always do this. When it comes to Roe v. Wade, when you had Obama being like, oh, my first responsibility when I get elected is to sign the Freedom of Choice Act, to codify Roe v. Wade. Does nothing, right, until Trump is in office. Not Trump is in office. Until the Supreme Court, like Trump is in office, and he appoints conservative justices to the Supreme Court. That conservative Supreme Court comes through and strikes down Roe v. Wade. And it's like the Democrats are like, we're gonna do everything possible to make sure this doesn't happen. Oh man, it's only happened because the Republicans were in power, right? When literally like 2 terms ago, Obama could have codified Roe v. Wade in 2007, like he claimed he was gonna do. You know what I mean? The Democrats will do nothing, see the writing on the wall, and choose to do nothing until it's too late for them to do anything. And then they'll do a symbolic gesture to demonstrate that, like, we're standing up for the American people, even though they have no power at that exact moment because you can't do anything the day before something happens in the first place, right? And then they turn around and like blame the Republicans, who are at fault, mind you, right? But even though that they could have done more, this is all they do. This is the MO of the Democratic Party. Ronald could have done so much in his first 2 years with the majority in Congress.
TikTok going, protect American livelihoods, and protect against Chinese Communist Party surveillance. We must and can do all three. I have made my views clear to the current administration, and I will work with the Trump administration and with both parties to keep TikTok alive while protecting our national security.
Thanks, bro. Thanks, bro. I hate the Democrats so freaking much, dog. Even China already does this to American companies. Microsoft can operate M365 services directly in China. 21 and Viet operates these services on behalf. A lot of companies do this. I think this is an indication that America isn't the big dog on the global stage any longer.
If paid in full in 18 months, helping our patients put their best smile forward. It's one more way Aspen Dental is in your corner.
If you're living with dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing GA can be.
It's so stupid, dog. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Unanimous. Unanimous. Are you kidding me, bro? Are you joking? Posting this. The Supreme Court supposedly can't agree on anything, but this decision was seemingly unanimous. Come on now. Wait, hold on. I wanted to post this as a retweet. Wait, I can't post the same thing unless I delete it? Come on, bro. Give me some time. I would delete it after I post this one. There. Bro, I've not seen any. I've only seen ads from this. Please, gosh darn it. I've only seen ads.
This morning, time running out for TikTok fans. The app appears to be on track to be banned in the U.S. this Sunday. The Supreme Court yesterday passed up a chance to intervene, and Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton has now blocked an attempt by Democrats to postpone the ban, saying there will be no extensions, no concessions, and no compromises for TikTok. Cotton citing national security concerns due to the app's Chinese owner.
Guys, it's official. TikTok will be getting banned.
A law passed by Congress last year requires TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, to find a buyer not controlled by a foreign adversary. But with no sale apparently imminent, Reuters reports TikTok is preparing to shut down U.S. operations, saying users attempting to open the app will see a pop-up message directing them to a website with information about...
No, it's so cooked. It's so cooked. No. You can't even use the app anymore. You try to open the app, they're like, okay, time to post all the content I can on TikTok. I'm posting the pirate software video on TikTok too. I'm doing it. It's, okay, this is an hour and 48 minutes. Are you joking me?
One law surveillance application with another. So whether it's offering something China doesn't agree with or whether it offers up
reasonable concern that the government has. The national security concerns are not completely specious. They're there. And I think that federal employees in particular need.
No, that's what you have to do, chat. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Okay, yeah, there we go. All right, it's official. TikTok is getting banned. The Supreme Court upheld the decision. So follow me on Twitch, actually. Twitch.tv/SeanTheBlack. Follow me on YouTube, YouTube.com/SeanTheBlack. You know, just come to my platform. Please, please, please. If you're leaving this app, come to me. Give me money. Thank you. All right, official. TikTok is getting banned. The Supreme Court upheld the decision. So follow me on Twitch, actually. Twitch.tv/SeanTheBlack. Follow me on YouTube, YouTube.com/SeanTheBlack. You know, just come to my platform. Please, please, please. If you're leaving this app, come to me. Give me money. All right. Come to me. Be safe with me. TikTok refugees. Refugees. Hashtag TikTok ban. Hashtag TikTok. Come to me. This will work. Watch this. A million followers on Twitch. Video posted. Awesome. Bet. This kind of sucks. Are you on Red Note? I am on Red Note. Ni hao. Ni hao, chat. I am on Red Note indeed. Feels like it's really happening. Yeah. Bro, what are all these ads? You're in the Caillou Sinat outfit again? I am. I don't have my blue do-rag though, unfortunately. This is my Caillou Sinat outfit. This kind of sucks. Okay, and this is kind of the perfect time to say it. I was working on a new project today, chat. I'm working on a new project today that was essentially using programming to cut long form content into short form vertical clips. You know what I mean? And so if I have one of my VODs like here, this is one of my VODs from 2 days ago. It's loading because it's like it's like 6 hours long. Anyway, trust me. Right, the idea is that I can take this VOD. Ni hao Kai Lan. I love that show. That show is sick. Here, like this VOD. If I want to take 2 hours, 15 minutes and 29 seconds. If I go here and I do 2 hours, 15 minutes, and let's say 25 seconds until 2 hours, 15 minutes and 35 seconds. If I save this, I can then run this. And it cuts this out. This is a preview of what it looks like. It has like a little title here. It has my the chat here. It has the video I'm watching right here. I think it's a little bit slow right now because my computer is kind of chugging right now. Probably because I have this running in the background. I'm stopping this. And I have Steam running too. Let me close all this stuff that I don't need running at the moment. And this is running too. We'll close that too. Also, it's got 15 frames per second. We'll put it at 30. Then I right click, close tabs to the right. You're editing with code? Yes. Using FFmpeg and select regions? Yeah, there's a Python library called MoviePod that just uses FFmpeg to make this a lot easier. And so this is what I was gonna work on today. And my goal is to make it to like it's a Twitch extension. So from a streamer side, a streamer should be allowed to like make this an extension that essentially, if they press like a button on the Twitch extension configuration page, it clips out like whatever they set the last 15 seconds into whatever format they set, and then automatically exports that into like YouTube Shorts or TikTok or whatever. Why is this not saving? Hello? Oh, okay. I think I know why. If I do this, I close this. It's struggling. Yo, chill. Come on, computer. There we go. There we go. Here, so if I run it, there. Because of hardware encoding while streaming too. No. It's because it was trying to open up the VOD itself here, and like it was trying to do too many things at once. And so basically, what it does is it creates a sub clip. So it clips out the segment that I want, and that's like the base clip, and then it takes the webcam part, because like all my VODs are the same, right? My webcam is in the exact same spot, the chat's in the same spot, and then the video content or whatever is in the same exact spot. And so I can take I can set exactly what I want these to be, and then I can kind of composite them on top of each other and then build a short with like a title using like text clips or whatever. I can do auto captioning. And so my goal is also to like analyze the video somehow. I was thinking about like just like taking the transcript, making the transcript into like a giant body of text, analyzing that transcript about like what parts would make a good short or whatever, and then grabbing the timestamps of that specific transcript, and then using my code to then auto trim it, cut it into a 9:16 section, do auto captions, and then having some UI that I can operate to do all that automatically. That's the idea. But TikTok's being banned, so like, is it really worth it at this point? Also, Path, hello, thank you. This is an awesome idea. Thank you. I think my freshman I came in, but happy partner anniversary. Thank you. YouTube short. I mean, yeah, I'd probably still do it with YouTube shorts and like Instagram reels and stuff. Just post it everywhere. But like, if I had this idea, like, I don't know why I had this idea when TikTok is getting banned. You know what I mean? That kind of sucks. Like, this would be perfect for TikTok. But you know, that's just me. I'm always behind. That is saved. It's worth it. That's the idea, at least. And I think it'll be super sick and super cool. Because I think CapCut has something similar. The problem with it is that it sends your video to CapCut, which, you know, sometimes you can't get around, and it costs money if you want to use it a lot. And if you know me, you know that I am a cheap boy, and I don't like giving people money, especially when it's things that I can make myself, right? And this is one example of something that I can make myself and probably make more tailored to me. Right, because I can decide and determine like what the length of the clip that I want it to be is or whatever. Isn't CapCut owned by TikTok? Oh yeah, CapCut's getting clapped as well. So that's also true. So it'll be just me, and I can sell this for $1 billion or whatever. I can be the American company that owns CapCut now, or at least this specific thing. Anyway, so yeah, now if I save the clip. It'll preview it. Yeah, whatever. Oh, okay. Let me stop previewing it then. I've got to stop people do captions on Redbook. This could be a problem. That building our own is the way. Same with doing LLMs. I run my own and build on API. Screw GPT. True. Well, with this, it's very nice because I can use a language translation software. It's probably not going to be the best, but like using a language translation software to get my own captions for Redbook. And so I don't like having to rely on other people's infrastructure to make my stuff work. Because if something like this happens, right, and CapCut gets banned, and you're relying on CapCut, you're kind of out of luck. You feel me? So yeah, so now the clip is done, and now if I run the clip, or you guys can't even hear it, but it's playing sound.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Limbot Tracy just subscribed.
Limbo, thank you for the subscription. I'll check how many months it is in a second. Give me 1 second. Spotify code. Okay. Here. What is this thing with lethality? We're not even at war. Why are we being lethal? Who are we being lethal to? I personally... So yeah, boom, that's 10 seconds of a clip that comes from this VOD. And what will actually work out probably better is instead of actually having the entire VOD locally, I could use, if all my VODs are on YouTube, I can use a YouTube downloading library to just download sections of YouTube videos and then work with those sections instead of like using the entire 2-hour long video. Yeah, that's my idea. It's nice too with you trying to vid stack like that. Yeah, I think the text could be better, but I have to figure that out. It'd be nice to caption it too. Yeah, the caption, it wouldn't be difficult. I just need some sort of like speech recognition library or some sort of speech to text library, and then mapping the transcript to the captions with code. It wouldn't be entirely difficult, but I could probably figure it out. I can also do like this. If I do background color equals black, and then instead of saving the clip, I preview it. I thought it was at 30. Here, it makes the background color black. It's super cool. It's super cool. But yeah, maybe work on that a little bit later today. I want to see the TikTok ban stuff.
Incredibly severe for these companies. And that's why I think it's going to be very difficult for them just to ignore the law when it goes in, even if there is going to be a lot of initial confusion, which undoubtedly there will be in the next few weeks.
Barrett Berger, thank you so much for joining us. I want to bring in NBC's Julie Sirkin now on Capitol Hill. And Julie, lawmakers are starting to weigh in on this decision. What are you hearing?
Oh, absolutely. And Leader Schumer actually opened the Senate floor this morning before this ruling from the Supreme Court came into effect, again stressing the need for an American company to buy TikTok, or at least buy certain parts of it. And certainly this is a conversation that is going to keep happening on Capitol Hill. Let's remember how this bill originally passed in the spring. In the Senate, it was part of a larger foreign affairs package, so meaning many Democrats voted for a TikTok ban that might have not even wanted to do that. And that is why you're hearing, particularly from Democrats, Ed Markey, for example, who wants Congress to pass another piece of legislation that would give...
Then why did he vote for the ban?
To extend beyond the 90 days that are already baked into this legislation, but extend even further and give ByteDance time to find an American-based purchaser of the app. I want you to take a listen to a little bit of reaction that we've collected from Republicans who both support the ban, who don't support the ban, and of course a Democrat as well on the next steps here. Watch.
Senator, your reaction to the TikTok ruling?
Disappointment. I do believe that banning a social media app like TikTok is a violation of the First Amendment.
The best way for TikTok to continue to exist is for it to be sold, which the law explicitly allows for. Why you ban it is controlled by Beijing. So if it were sold or firewalled, that would be fine.
The TikTok ban is fully and fairly constitutional. TikTok
that's Tom Cotton, chat.
Bottom line here, and what Ryan was getting at, millions of Americans use this app. There is a pressure campaign. In fact, when Congress was even voting to take up this bill last spring, I remember all of the creators all over these hallways trying to put pressure, trying to meet with lawmakers to get them to not vote for that piece of legislation. As far as Rand Paul is concerned, certainly there are some Republicans who feel the way he does, that this does violate Americans' First Amendment rights. Of course, the Supreme Court poked holes in that argument with their decision today. I think what you're going to see in the coming weeks, of course, it'll be important to see what the incoming administration decides to do on this, especially as Ryan points out, with all of those CEOs, the tech billionaires sitting in the front row for his inauguration. But ultimately, I think Congress and this debate is certainly not over in terms of lawmakers pushing the administration to extend this deadline even further. I think Trump seems to be coming around to that. But all in all, I think a majority of lawmakers are on the same page. They want this app to continue. They want Americans to have access to it, but they don't want it to be in the hands of our foreign adversaries who, in the words of Josh Hawley, say can track Americans' movements, can track their keystrokes, and of course have access to their personal information on it.
So is it a change of heart that they're having, or is it politics here, behind their messaging right now? Like, actually, TikTok's a good thing. It just needs to be in different hands.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both, and I think it starts with the fact that when this bill originally passed in the House and Senate, it had overwhelming bipartisan support. I mean, especially in the House, because they did vote on it separately outside of the bills to Ukraine, aid to the Middle East as well. In the Senate, that was all packaged up. So it's really hard to tell which one of those senators really supported this law or voting for this law. I think overall, though, at that point, you have to remember that both Trump and Biden had signaled support for legislation like this, and I think they thought that perhaps by this point, they'd be able to find a buyer, an American-owned company that could take over TikTok from ByteDance. Of course, ByteDance has been completely unwilling to do so. Your great guest made great points about why would they even want to go along with something like this, given that they have significant business in other countries. I think there's a different political calculation right now, especially after the election, when you saw even Trump benefiting from that young vote, the young men especially, that of course have been using the app as well. So it's not just Democrats benefiting from TikTok and trying to get voters up to turn up at the polls and vote for their policies. It is also Republicans that have seen benefits from that. The calculation, of course, has changed in the last couple of months. And I think a part of this, in terms of Democrats who've been appealing to the White House in the last couple of days to try and do something about this, is so that Trump does not preserve the app that Democrats ultimately wanted to ban on it.
Julie Sirkin, thanks for your reporting. And Lisa, I know you had something you wanted to add here. Well, I've been thinking about what assurances various companies have that the law will or will not be enforced. There's a lot of very strenuous language in the bill itself that says the Attorney General shall do something or define.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Enforcement doesn't matter. TikTok is shutting it down anyway. Right? TikTok asked for the extension. It was not granted an extension. On the 19th, it is shutting it down. Maybe TikTok and Trump can come to an agreement and understanding, and Trump can provide assurances that TikTok will have some more time to petition for a buyer if that's what they want, which they don't want, or it won't be banned, and so they won't shutter operations. But everything that TikTok has said so far, right, and it was what I've not been wrong about because I've listened to what TikTok has said, is that they are shuttering operations for U.S. users on the 19th. Right? Nothing they have demonstrated is that they are willing to buy or willing to sell, or that they're going to try to stay open and circumvent the legislation. They said that they were shuttering what's it called? Operations. It's so funny because this is basically Trump's idea. Democrats tripping over themselves to take the bait and be Republicans. Then Trump swoops in and fix it, a masterclass, which is why there's so many Democrats and they've been in politics so long. I don't know how they didn't see this. And I think that they did see it and they don't care. I feel like they're throwing. I feel like, I'm not saying that there's some back alley deals or whatever about the Republicans, Democrats deciding the Democrats are gonna lose or whatever, but it just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me.
months or whether or not the app is going to continue working, although it sounds like at least through Sunday you might be all right.
Months or a few days. I mean, it's
right.
We'll know so much more probably on Sunday when this ban it goes into effect. Laura, final thought.
There's so much frustration in law enforcement and in government on the idea that people were not taking the national security concerns seriously. And then you listen to lawmakers today and other politicians, and it's as if the lawmakers have totally vanished those national security concerns. And so how do you engage in a public information education campaign to make people realize, no, the thing on your phone is actually very serious if now you don't enforce the law?
That's a really great point. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here with us. I appreciate you holding my hand through that breaking news. And thank you at home for joining us. I'll see you back here Monday. But I'll actually be in Washington reporting from the field.
Okay, I don't care. Okay, that was mean. I'm sorry. You didn't deserve that.
You'll spend less
Bro,
time getting them.
I swear.
Our most recent examples of...
Okay, everybody moved on. I guess nobody cares about TikTok ban. Everybody moved on from this.
Between UNH.
Yeah, nobody cares. They're just like, oh, TikTok's getting banned. LOL. Sucks to suck. Cool. Cool. TV has way too many ads. I'm saying, like at the top of the hour, every hour, you're telling me you don't run 3 minutes of ads, but you run 7 minutes of ads? That's sad. I only run 3 minutes of ads, and you're gonna see the ads if you don't subscribe. This is true. Either for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. And Twitch Prime is a free. It's very free if you subscribe with your Amazon Prime account or Twitch account. So consider that. Think about that. Let's turn on that beat. Oh. Wait. Chinese official state media People's Daily commenting on American TikTokers rushing to Jiahongshu. Red note. Okay. My short has finally uploaded. All right. Okay. Content, shorts. Wait, it's not a short. Oh my goodness, it's because it's a minute longer than 3 minutes. Even though it's not. It's 2 minutes 59 seconds and 29 2 minutes 59 seconds and 29 milliseconds. Oh my freaking goodness. Are you joking? Okay. I have to private that. Are you kidding me? Are you joking? Okay. President Xi says the hope for U.S.-China relations lies with the people. In the age of globalization and the internet, our community and our shared destiny will only become closer. Rather than calling them refugees, let's call them villagers of Village Earth who have found a new home. Bro. Wait, hold on. I need to read this one more time. One more time. President Xi says the hope for U.S.-China relations lies with the people. In the age of globalization and the internet, our community of shared destiny will only become closer. Rather than call them refugees, he's talking about us, chat, American TikTokers, rushing to Jiahongshu. Rather than call them refugees, let's call them what they are. Let's call them villagers of Village Earth who have found a new home. While America is trying to divide us, the true leader, President Xi, has come in and brought us together. While they say that China is trying to tear us apart, what they have shown is that America is the entity trying to tear us apart. We are villagers of Village Earth, and we have found a new home. That's gonna be a sick Xiaohongshu. That's gonna be a sick red note, chat. Trust. Trust. It'll be sick. It'll be crazy. Hopefully, I don't get struck for that song. Bro, 9-0 is crazy, by the way. I'm just Supreme Court ruled 9-0. Bro, these people can't agree on anything. These people can't agree on anything. And they agree to take TikTok from the people, bro. We're so cooked. This nation's cooked. Go ahead and wrap it up. Go ahead and wrap it up. Both the US and China are struggling on how to handle this. Chinese officials raised the issue with Red Note government relations team earlier this week, warning the company needs to ensure that China-based users can't see posts from the US users. Don't do it. China, don't do it. We're trying to extend an olive branch. We can come together, please. Please, we can come together. 7076 and 2025. Hey, what was that that saying that like said only empires only last around 400 years? Oh, 300 years, 250 years? Okay. You know what I was talking about, though. You know what I was talking about, though. Okay. You guys now feel 1% of the weird bans by our government? The Senate has voted 61-35 to break the filibuster. Bro, what? Are you joking? The Democrats gave them super majority, 60 votes, enough to break the filibuster, and one extra one just to be sure. Of the Lincoln Riley Act, with the help of 100 Democrats. And in case you don't know what the Lincoln Riley Act is, I didn't cover it on the stream. Essentially, if an undocumented immigrant is even suspected of a crime, right? They don't have to be convicted, but if they are suspected of a crime, they can just be deported, right? So if the police starts to do stop and frisk, right? They stop somebody, they say, I smell weed on you and it's not legal here. They can arrest them and have ICE deport them for no reason. No conviction, no due process, just straight up, you're just deported. And the Democrats bro. any chance the Supreme Court doesn't uphold this legislation, this is not even constitutionally legal. Well, the Supreme Court doesn't care about legality. Like this is so funny to hear people say they don't care about legality, bro. They gave Trump unilateral power, bro. Unilateral power for official acts that they don't even define, right, in the ruling. They don't care about what's constitutionally legal. You know what I mean? Biden too. I mean, like, theoretically, but like, you know, Biden's spineless. He doesn't do anything real. It's bro. We live in the bad place. This is the bad place. This is the bad time.
They were created for, and that was
her confirmation hearing, bro. She's gonna get confirmed.
Call, and they talked about TikTok, and they talked about several other issues, but that is notable because really the
Watch your Kamala vid. You cooked. Thank you. I'm glad people are watching it. Okay, it took me forever to work on. I'm glad you liked it. Now, if you can share it with your parents and your siblings and your friends and your family and your dogs and your cats and stuff, that would be super cool. It's sick and awesome and amazing as well. And it's actually pretty apt and timely if you really think about it. Oh gosh, freaking darn it! You know what I mean? Because like the Democrats are again sucking. Great video. Thank you. Is this the Dems kissing the ring? Why would they even be rationale behind this? They're just doing whatever, honestly. That's it. There's no rationale behind this. They're not kissing the ring. They were doing this before Trump even won the election. I don't know why. Like, I don't know why. They were ceding ground to the right to try to win the election, and since they lost the election, they're still ceding ground to the right. It's almost like the Democrats wanted to just cede ground to the right. Galen, what's up? Hello. Here, listen to these people speak, I guess.
CEO Shou Chu. He's talked to him on the phone. We also know he met with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago last month, and Chu is going to be at the inauguration on Monday. We also know that Xi Jinping is sending one of their top officials from the Chinese Communist Party to the inauguration as well, something they are doing for the first time. All to say, this relationship, Donald Trump's relationship with the CEO of TikTok, but also Xi Jinping, is definitely one of those complicating matters in all of this, even though Donald Trump has, really said that he wants to take a hardline policy on China. He also has Marco Rubio, if he is confirmed to be his Secretary of State, someone who was very much a hawk on China. He's actually sanctioned by Beijing. All of this is weighing into this decision. But I think the key thing is what Donald Trump is going to do once he is in office. And we do know that he is weighing an executive order to potentially push pause on this ban to see if they can find some sort of agreement with TikTok. I'm told in a short amount of time, maybe 60 to 90 days to put pause on this so they can try to find some sort of negotiation. So all of this is under consideration. But again, we will not know until Donald Trump officially makes that move once he is in office.
Yeah,
Pamela?
no clear-cut answers right now. Elena, thank you so much. Let's go to Mark Stewart in Beijing to get reaction there. Mark?
Well, Pam, I'll tell you what's interesting. As you mentioned, President-elect Trump told you that TikTok was part of that conversation with Xi Jinping. It's well after midnight, and we have been going through government readouts about that conversation, and there is absolutely no mention of TikTok from the Chinese side as part of that discussion. In fact, if anything, a lot of diplomatic speak talking about a new starting point between the United States and China. As you mentioned, the president-elect says he will try to take charge. He will try to put a deal together. But the China component is really important because China...
I'm trying to upload my short again.
...to do anything that makes it appear as if it's taking orders from the United States, hence this ultimatum, either sell or leave. China has got to feel very comfortable with this deal, and in the past has used some very pointed language about how all of this has unfolded, referring
in sustainable agriculture, we are asked our opinions on how to resolve climate change. I suggest nationalizing all oil and gas and imprisoning the people who ran the companies and got looked at like an alien. STEM Lords win policy suggestion.
has been brought up in this debate because here in China, American apps such as Instagram, such as Facebook, YouTube, Google, they cannot be accessed by the average Chinese citizen. They are blocked by this electronic firewall. Now, as an American, I can access them on my phone because I have an American phone. But it's just one of many contrasts in this bigger debate that we are seeing unfold, Pam.
Is it a contrast? It sounds like exactly the same thing. Like, it's just a contrast between like America and China. No, it's the same thing. China bans apps, America bans apps. But America claims to be better than China. You know what I mean? Like, China's not sitting here being like, haha, we have the First Amendment more than America is, right? But America's saying, we're Americans. We care about freedom of speech and stuff, and freedom of press. But everything that they do is just antithetical to that freedom.
Because we know that ByteDance says it doesn't want to sell right now. Then what are the options available?
So when Donald Trump told you, Pam, shortly ago that Congress gives him the final say, that's partially correct, but there are some important limitations on that. So Congress did write into the law this sort of escape hatch where if the president, whoever is president at that moment, officially certifies that there have been tangible conversations, negotiations going on for a sale of TikTok to a U.S.-based owner, that can put on this 90-day break, this 90-day pause. But the law is pretty specific about what you need. It says you can't just have sort of vague conversations floating out there in the world. There has to be a legally binding agreement in place. We are certainly nowhere near that. But let me give you an important distinction here between the law as written and the law as applied. If Donald Trump gets in office 3 days from now and says, I hereby find that there are conversations other way and that's good enough under the law and therefore it's paused for 90 days, who's realistically going to challenge that? TikTok sure as heck is not going to challenge that. The administration, which defended this ban, is sure as heck not going to challenge that. It's going to be Trump's administration. I'm not sure anyone else would even have legal standing to challenge that. And even if someone did challenge it, it would probably take well more than the 90 days of the break. So it'll be interesting to see to what extent does Donald Trump care about the fine nuances of the law, or to what extent is he really just looking at, let's just get this thing on pause and let's deal with the political fallout later.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Brian Stelter, to bring you in on this. What will actually happen to the TikTok app on Sunday? I mean, there's 170 million users in the U.S.
Hey,
will they still be able to buy it on the App Store and use the app?
It increasingly seems that on Sunday, nothing will change because Apple and Google won't be under pressure to remove it from the App Store because the Biden administration says they're not going to enforce the law on that first day. Then we get to Monday, it's Inauguration Day. What happens on Tuesday and Wednesday, that is up in the air. But because this law is really about telling what Apple and Google and others can do with their app stores, this is something that is going to be very much in limbo. The app will not disappear overnight unless its owner, ByteDance, wants it to disappear. Right? ByteDance right now could put up a pop-up message saying, sorry, your TikTok is gone, blame the U.S. politicians. They could do that, but they're not doing that. It's a big business for them.
No, but they are. They said they would. Of
course, there are allegations
this guy
they use TikTok for political purposes as well. And I think it's so interesting, Pam,
they
that
are.
This moment.
Like, they literally said, like, when the ban goes, the ban's not in effect now. Of course, you're not going to see it on the app when you open it up now because the ban is not in effect, right? But they said on the 19th, when the ban goes into effect, when you try to open up the app, it will redirect you to a web page about the ban.
As well.
That's what they said.
Vice President Mike Pence, he came out just now praising the ruling, saying this law is vital for national security. But as we know, Pence is not going to be front and center next Monday. It's going to be the TikTok CEO who's going to be hanging out with Trump at the inauguration.
Fair point. Brian Stelter, thank you. And thank you to everyone for giving all of your perspective and analysis on this. A big decision from the Supreme Court upholding that ban on TikTok unless it's sold. Right now on Capitol Hill, Trump's nominees to fill his cabinet continue to get grilled by some senators. Former South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem is being considered for the Department of Homeland Security. A live look ahead.
Kobe believed in himself at the youngest possible age.
It's one of the most remarkable stories in sports history.
I don't want to be remembered as just a basketball player.
Kobe premieres January 25th.
All right, thank you. Get me for X Talk. That sounds like a porn app. I'm gonna be real. It sounds like TikTok but porn. You know what I mean? like a vertical scrolling app, but you only see porn. But yeah, that's the TikTok ban.
I do want to get you some breaking news that we are following at this hour. We told you a bit earlier that
honestly, I could have posted this before they posted this. I'm gonna be real. I could have broke the story.
Was possible the Supreme Court could be ruling on TikTok and the measure to shut it down. That ban expected to take effect on Sunday. We have now learned that the Supreme Court moments ago issued that ruling and said TikTok is going to shut down on Sunday unless
because I'm live. Maybe I'll make a bot that just clips out the last section of my stream and posts it on YouTube automatically. You know what I mean? It's on my live section.
Is sold. Again, we were waiting this decision from the Supreme Court earlier on today. The ban of the Chinese social media app expected to go into effect in a matter of days, just one day before Trump is inaugurated. However, President Biden has said that he will not enforce the ban as it takes effect the day before he leaves office. Congress last year, in a law signed by Biden, required that TikTok's China-based parent company ByteDance divest the company by January 19th, that is Sunday, a day before the inauguration. The outgoing administration appears to be leaving the implementation of that law and the potential enforcement of the ban to incoming President-elect Donald Trump. Trump, who once called to ban the app, has since pledged to keep it available in the U.S. here. We've heard a lot from him on Truth Social. And in person when he's been asked about it.
Sorry, I was sharing some of the YouTube shorts and TikTok. My newest YouTube short is up in live now, chat. Your browser can't play this video? Why not? President Xi says the hope for U.S.-China relations lies with the people. In the age of globalization and the internet, our community of shared destiny will only become closer. Rather than call them refugees, he's talking about us, chat, American TikTokers, rushing to Jiangshu. Rather than call them refugees, let's call them what they are. Let's call them villagers of Village Earth who have found a new home. While America is trying to divide us, the true leader, President Xi, has come in and brought us together. True. It's also on my my TikTok too. President Xi says the hope for U.S.-China relations lies with the people. In the age of globalization and the internet, our community of shared destiny will only become again. But like, go ahead and like get this TikTok running in. Run this TikTok up. Run it up. And run up this YouTube short as well.
This transition team has not said how they do intend to accomplish that. TikTok CEO is expected to attend Trump's inauguration and be granted a prime seating location as the president-elect's national security advisor signals that.
I do think Trump is going to try to save it. Whether or not it will work is another question, right? Because again, this is unanimous. I do think Trump is going to try to save it. Maybe he's going to try to convince the CEO of TikTok to sell. I don't know if they will, but I think that's what he's going to try to do.
The incoming administration may actually take some steps there.
No. Yeah, you're right. That's step one. You're right. Well, this is my slop. I am just making slop. Step two is keep making slop. JMS, KMS, NSMS. Just make slop. Keep making slop. Never stop making slop.
to, quote, keep TikTok from going dark. Incoming National Security Advisor Mike Waltz on Thursday telling Fox News that the federal law that could ban TikTok by Sunday also, quote, allows for an extension as long as a viable deal is on the table.
Oh,
the push to
my TikTok, my other TikTok also uploaded. Wait, hold on. Why did they demonetize this TikTok? What? They demonetized my China TikTok? YouTube, what is going on here? Whatever.
To save TikTok, much like the move to ban it in the U.S., has crossed partisan lines. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer said that he spoke with Biden Thursday.
Also, I have to upload my TikTok to Jiangshu. But I have to put subtitles on it.
Advocate for extending that deadline to ban TikTok. Schumer did say, quote, it's clear that more time is needed to find an American buyer and not disrupt the lives and livelihoods of millions of Americans.
But it's not like there hasn't been offers. Kevin O'Leary has an offer. Mr. Beast has an offer. If Mr. Beast buys TikTok, I'm never using it again. If Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Beast, or Elon Musk buy TikTok, I'm never using it again. Just out of principle. Where I'm on Twitter because I have to be on Twitter. I'm never using TikTok again.
So many influencers who have built up a good network of followers. Democrats have tried on Wednesday to pass legislation that would have extended the deadline, but Republican Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas blocked it. Cotton is the chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and he said that
ironic because he's not intelligent at all.
TikTok has had ample time to find a buyer. Quote, TikTok is a Chinese communist spy app that addicts our kids, harvests their data, targets them with harmful and manipulative content, and spreads communist propaganda. That is what Cotton had to say Wednesday. TikTok CEO is expected to be seated at the inauguration, as I mentioned, alongside tech billionaires Elon Musk, who is the CEO of SpaceX and of X itself, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, and Amazon founder Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, I know if any of those people buy it, maybe Jeff Bezos. Okay.
Though Trump's transition team has not officially confirmed that. That is the information that is circulating on social media right now. Last week,
honestly,
the Supreme
imagine
Court
if Jeff
heard
Bezos
oral
buys
arguments at a legal
TikTok and
challenge
integrates
to
it
the
into
statute
Twitch,
brought by TikTok.
Imagine how good that would be for me. Honestly, okay, best case scenario is if Jeff Bezos buys TikTok and integrates it into Twitch. People will hate it, right? But it will bring so many people to Twitch, and it will be so good for me. It'll be good for all streamers. Think about it. Think about it.
It's China-based parent company ByteDance and users of the app. The justices seem likely to uphold the law, which requires ByteDance to divest TikTok on national security grounds or face a ban in one of its biggest markets. Now, as we know, the Supreme Court has ruled that TikTok does have to be sold, and it can be banned in the U.S. if that does not happen. As we mentioned, Biden has said he is not going to uphold that law. So the question here is whether Trump will. As we know, Trump was against TikTok. He is now all for TikTok. So we will see how that is implemented.
So yeah, that's the TikTok news. Oh, we're so cooked. The Democrats suck so bad.
This morning time running.
So bad. I think it's cooked. That's my critique.
Let's also take a.
I think it's cooked. And it's why you should follow me on Twitch if you come from TikTok. Shout out y'all people coming from TikTok. President Xi says the hope for U.S.-China relations lies. If they replace TikTok Live with Twitch interface, that would be kind of dope. Yeah. I do want to, okay, I do have to get in early, and this is kind of funny as well. Already fraudulent on what note? Your hair's short? What do you mean? My hair is extremely long. called and was really. It's time to watch Strawberry because it's gonna take us a while to get through anyway. Oh, there's a new Innuendo studio. There's so much stuff.
Elon Musk is now leaking DMs, which is against his
pissed about his channel giving away all these lucrative secrets about money. We won't ever know these secrets, unfortunately, as the channel has been removed for violating community.
Same name on Zhang Shu? I do. Yes, it's Shauna Black.
Typically, I've been posting on Musical.ly and Instagram. However, I think with this new camera, I might just start posting the pranks on YouTube. Might be pretty interesting, and I think you guys would enjoy it quite a bit.
Tyler Oliveira is a YouTuber turned investigative journalist.
I didn't expect to play journalist today, but I guess I am.
Is this something that an investigative journalist would do?
He's a profiteer of human misery, a poverty tourist, a parasite.
Come, please, cancel me. Try to be as balanced as possible. We try to cover both sides to the best of our abilities, and sometimes we fall short. I'm not probably the best professional to note on this.
The year is 2025.
They're eating the dogs.
We live in an increasingly divided and polarized world.
I believe we should have a military presence on the southern border.
And with the next 4 years now on the horizon, flagrant disorder shows no sign of slowing it down.
Anti-immigration rioters at a hotel
in a society where
President Trump is going to unite us, obviously. He's going to save TikTok, end the war in the Middle East, and give us all $2 billion.
Information is rife. We need hard-hitting truth tellers to cut through the noise now more than ever. Journalistic powerhouses willing to ask the real questions.
Have you ever rodeo railed a cousin?
To veer away from propaganda.
Twitter is saying the Haitians are eating cats and can't drive.
And to lead by example. This is Tyler Oliveira, the man who claims to offer journalism that covers cultural decay with the incisive honesty so desperately needed right now. But is he really offering an accurate picture of today's landscape, or do his formulated narratives cause more harm than they do good? Let's find out.
A news station cannot make 10 million people care or watch an opioid crisis and be aware of it at a broader scale. We can. Every YouTuber I know has stumbled upon the skill set to get attention at scale. That attention is used for meaningless, mindless, dumb things. What if you could combine the attention gathering skills of YouTubers and attach them to anything that meant anything? Why not try to make it mean something? Because we're all gonna die so quickly. I feel like I'm on the verge of death. We're gonna die, Tyler. I don't even know where I'm going with this.
Tyler Oliveira's story begins the same way many other budding influencers do. Rejection.
Today, guys, we're gonna take a little look as to why I think I got rejected from every Ivy I applied to.
Launching his channel in 2018, Tyler mostly focused on assisting hopeful undergraduates in their college applications. However, rather than showing them what to do, he reviews his failed applications and explains where he may have gone wrong.
Related to your competitive advantage, your niche.
His first few videos cover the subject.
Maybe that's what got it. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what did it. He said niche.
Of how to perform well, even if you're not particularly smart. His simple advice: sell yourself as the person they want you to be.
You need to sell yourself as that person to that college.
But this endeavor onto YouTube wasn't his first. In fact, earlier that year, Tyler had started a channel that focused on informing people how to make large amounts of money. This tweet indicates he was doing such a good job that the Federal Reserve called and was really pissed about his channel giving away all these lucrative secrets about money. We won't ever know these secrets, unfortunately, as the channel has been removed for violating community guidelines. So I guess the feds really meant business.
Probably crimes.
Today, I'm gonna be asking moms if they'll let me date their daughter.
And she's like of age, she's like 21 years old, let's say, right? And she met a young man who's addicted to eating Tide Pods.
Like, what the fuck?
When he wasn't disclosing exclusive trade secrets into financial management, Tyler Oliveira could be found writing books that get 2 stars on Amazon and making Musical.lys or Twitter videos going Super Saiyan in a supermarket. Or playing donation roulette with a homeless person.
Today, I'm going to be offering a homeless person food, money, and condoms. Which one would you like?
That's fair.
Okay, for sure. You good?
Yes, thank you.
As you can see, Tyler's talents knew no bounds, and clearly aware of his limitless potential, he decided he was going to take on the content creator grind with a passion and one dream: online super stardom.
I'll be attending Pomona College. I'll be attending the University of Southern California. Heck, folks,
Hard to get into USC, bro. Sorry, that's mean.
Be attending any college. Major, making cat money,
Okay,
and I'm
never mind. He was joking.
minor and stealing your girl.
There was no genre Tyler Oliveira wouldn't try, no matter how shameful or embarrassing. Hell, in 2018, as his channel was just starting up, he even stooped to the lows of commentary content. God, can you imagine doing that?
Which I think gained him around 130,000 plus subscribers, almost the same number of people that die each and every day. Ironic, isn't it?
Granted, it was pretty atrocious commentary, but I think these eclectic attempts at creating content, from vlogs to pranks to ripping off Michael McCrudden of all people, to just flat out embarrassing himself, showed that there was nothing that Tyler wasn't willing to do for attention. And naturally, it wasn't long until someone took the low-hanging
Oh no, not Ryan Trahan. Are you telling me Ryan Trahan made Tyler Oliveira's career? We have Ryan Trahan to blame for this?
Fruit.
I love you so much, it hurts. You make me so happy. You are absolutely...
Although now known for an altogether different genre of content, in 2018, Ryan Trahan was an up-and-coming commentator on the platform. He made videos covering a wide variety of people, who you probably don't remember now, providing commentary and opinion-infused narratives about what certain influencers were up to. His style clearly inspired one Tyler Oliveira, who made a video titled Ryan Trahan is Lying, Proof, where he employs the old trick of name-dropping large creator to garner response. Of course, the video itself does not definitively prove anything that its title promises, more just serving as a showcase for Oliveira's complete ineptitude in creating original, meaningful commentary.
The video that launched him into fame was titled Lauren Gray is Lying, Proof, which inspired the title of this video and more or less the content. And the entire video revolves around Mr. Trahan comedically critiquing Lauren Gray and her flaws.
Oliveira merely seems to be mirroring other commentators. Here,
not memulous.
And her flaws.
Oliveira merely seems to be mirroring other commentators.
Not memulous, not I'm Alex, not I Nabber. Wait, why are they all British? Why did you pick the British people?
Here, ironically, he's most similar to Trahan himself, but he seems to have no grasp on the actual groundwork. So what you see is fundamentally pretty shallow. But then again, he doesn't need to say anything if his goal is just to bait a response, which in the end is exactly what ended up happening.
Tyler Oliveira, the man of the hour. I watched just one of his videos, one of them, and I got hooked. Just check this out.
On July 2nd, 2018, Ryan Trahan released the video Why Ben Phillips Belongs in Jail, a video on the controversial British YouTuber known for his extreme stunts and pranks. However, the first 7 minutes of this video are dedicated to someone else, someone much closer to home.
You know your boy's on pussy patrol. You can see some fresh puss in the vehicle.
This dude's definitely never seen a boob in real life.
It seems Tyler had spammed Trahan to the point where morbid curiosity overcame him, and he got to experience what we all unfortunately experienced a few minutes ago. Trahan does observe the obvious too, that Oliveira is obviously just desperate for views.
He's collecting a paycheck. Well, he's burning it after he gets it, but we're just gonna let him do his thing.
Be that as it may, Trahan did give Tyler the view baiter exactly what he wanted, but he probably didn't care. After all, most internet gremlins that creators shine lights on don't exactly ever make it out of their weird little niches. Unsurprisingly, Oliveira made another response farming this interaction, offering insight that I'll summarize for you in one sentence.
He got 20,000 views with only 400 likes, bro. Views were so easy to come back in the day.
Moving on, this only brought a few thousand views to the channel, and likely even fewer subscribers given the grounds that many came to his videos for. However, for Oliveira, it was enough to set his sights on a different, peculiar little creator you may or may not have heard of. Mr. Beast! I don't have to tell you that Mr. Beast is someone who has drawn a lot of controversy as of late. However, few are really brave enough to acknowledge perhaps the worst thing he's ever done. Jumpstart Tyler Oliveira's career. In 2018, Jimmy was still in the early stages of building his YouTube empire, sitting at a meager few million subscribers. Imagine, right? Pathetic. Yeah. This was at a time when he was still in touch with a lot of the YouTube community, one of his adoring fans being Tyler. It's not hard to see why our man would idolize someone like Mr. Beast so much. After all, he had always been the master of exciting premises and clickbait, and was finally garnering a lot of attention for it. Tyler was likely aware that Mr. Beast regularly did giveaways and fan interactions with the intent of promoting his down-to-earth image, and had been releasing videos where he awarded one lucky landmark subscriber the number equivalent in miscellaneous items. This in the past had been pennies, cookies, and popcorn.
Ooh, I want cookies, bro. Give me the cookies, bro. I want some cookies now, dog. I'm hungry.
Knows what could have been next. With this in mind, Oliveira hatched a genius plan, deciding that he would become one of Mr. Beast's landmark subscribers and use the attention to promote his own channel. But don't take my word for it, he literally says it himself.
I can be his 6 millionth subscriber.
Like the true hustler he was, Oliveira slept through the milestone and missed the opportunity to collect his winnings. But always making the best of a bad situation, Tyler decided to make a video regardless, and used the time that he had left to become Mr. Beast's ultimate Glaze Master General, explaining why he was oh so epic and wonderful.
Mr. Beast understands like no one else the power of a viral video.
Mr. Beast, ever possessing the fragile ego, we all saw what happened with Jacksepticeye, obviously lapped up the positive attention, even leaving a comment complimenting Oliveira on his ability to slop him off. However, Oliveira wasn't finished, and with Mr. Beast's growth only becoming more rapid, the opportunity to join him at another milestone would come around soon enough. And it did.
This time, Mr. Beast, I decided to come prepared.
On August 4th, 2018, Mr. Beast hit 7 million subscribers, and as previously stated, needed to anoint a 7 millionth subscriber. I don't know exactly how this process is decided. I'm pretty sure you can't actually tell who specific milestone subscribers are, but who needs a formula when you have someone with irrefutable evidence that they were that lucky subscriber, right? Tyler Oliveira had been tweeting frequently at Jimmy just before he cracked 7 mil, explaining that he was paying close attention to his sub count. Shortly after Mr. Beast reached the milestone, Oliveira tagged him once again, claiming that he was 99.99% sure that he had timed his decisive click perfectly, and that he was looking forward to being a part of the next video. But that's a pretty bold claim, right? There's no way that Mr. Beast would actually fall for something like that. Oh man, God help us all.
Your generosity.
Can't time that. No, he can't, right? Listen, all of them are fake. They're all fake. All the whole, oh, for my X amount of subscriber, I'm doing this. It's fake. And so if you have somebody who kind of does all the work for you, because like, if it was a random person, you would then have to try to explain how that random person got that to be that 7 million subscriber or whatever, right? But Tyler Oliveira has already done that work for you. He's already demonstrated that, like, I've been watching the number closely. I pressed the button at exactly the right time. He takes the onus off of you from explaining it. He'd be like, well, listen to him. It sounds right to me, right? And also you get that, and also by bringing one of your biggest glazers onto your stream or onto your YouTube channel, right? So you kind of like reinforce the glazing of yourself, because people are going to see that and be like, oh, I just have to glaze Mr. Beast super hard, just keep slobbing on the knob, and then he'll let me on his video as well. You know what I mean?
Has no bounds, Mr. Beast, a truly kind soul and a talented content creator.
Tyler Oliveira actually uploaded before Mr. Beast, so you can see exactly how our overcommitted brown noser pulled this off. And as always, the trick was just blindly declaring you won and having people believe it, because there's no way that anyone actually believes this was evidence.
Okay, well, hopefully I got it there.
The dude clearly subscribes after Jimmy passes 7 million. And look, this shit is trivial, okay? I know. There's no way it was ever accurate, but anyone who announces they look forward to being on my next video before it's confirmed would never even be allowed within a mile of my next video.
I mean, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. You know what I mean? He's asking for it. Okay, I won't do it. I won't do it. He follows me, and I don't want to get the unfollow.
Say for the video, I can tell you that. Tyler Oliveira is standing there screaming, "I won the lottery," holding up a ticket that has the wrong numbers on it. Like, I'm sorry, Mr. Beast, you should have given this guy 7 million restraining orders instead. You know what? Actually, I'm sorry. Fuck you, Jimmy. Look at what you unleashed.
7 million sheets of toilet paper.
Oh, but that's kind of an L, bro. You only get 7 million sheets of toilet paper? Dog, somebody else got like 5 million cookies. Right? Someone got 6 million, like, pieces of popcorn, and you got 7 million sheets of toilet paper? That's so sad. Wait, that was worth 3.2 billion? And it's sheets, not rolls? No, it's sheets. Yeah,
hey, I'm having the runs lately, so this should work.
So as the story goes, Jimmy flew Tyler out, he was given a toilet roll, Tyler did challenges, yada yada yada. I couldn't give less of a shit.
Let me tell you, we don't care.
But unlike other Mr. Beast milestone videos, Tyler Oliveira claimed the rights to the title on his own channel, while Jimmy went for something else entirely. Although Tyler's video didn't draw the same number of views that Mr. Beast would, he pulled enough of a viewership to actually have an audience. And unlike Tyler's previous exchange with Ryan Trahan, many audience members came across from Jimmy's channel with a positive impression of Mr. Oliveira, so now he was picking up a few more subscribers. This was exactly what Tyler Oliveira had wanted, and now with the help of some attention brought over from larger creators, he finally had the proper platform to unleash his coveted brand of content out into the world. Jimmy, what have you done? With some of Mr. Beast's viewers invested in his content, Tyler Oliveira had exactly the kind of audience he wanted, and soon enough, he'd begin working on the content he knew they would enjoy.
And as the loyal subscriber that I am, I decided to take matters into my own hands and help Mr. Beast surpass T-Series, allowing him and PewDiePie to end the war once and for all.
Setting aside the Mr. Beast entitled videos, Oliveira's content often worked off a simple formula. He would test out a few different genres, and then when he had a hit, he'd milk it, and milk it, and milk it, and milk it until the cow had practically dried up and withered away. In that time, he'd also experiment with a few other types of content that he could transition into once a subject had overstayed its welcome. Examples of this could be his selling to GameStop videos, training like other people for X amount of days, spending 24 hours, Tesla challenges, and what I like to call the implausible challenge content, such as swimming across the entire Pacific Ocean, which he gives up pretty fast, the running for 24 hours straight, of which he spends most of his time walking, and my personal favorite, the digging a hole all the way to China video, which I'm sorry, but it's so funny to imagine 11 million people seeing this thumbnail and thinking, well, maybe.
You think that perhaps with the help of machinery we'll be able to reach China?
I think we're almost there. I can see it. I can smell it.
We'll be there tomorrow. Tomorrow? maybe a week.
And look, as much as it pains me to hand it to Tyler Oliveira, in these early videos, there is some kind of entertainment value, particularly through a narrative that paces videos with a degree of poeticism, and that at least presents the guise of a personality for the man, and maybe, dare I say, a degree of respectability? It wasn't an uncommon style, but I guess you need to give him some credit for making it seem like real content.
Amidst my unexpected psychosis mid-swim, I wanted other people to experience the fear I had endured, so I decided to simulate a shark attack on my cameraman, Josh. And of course, with my luck, I soon encountered a flock of tempestuous whales.
The truth was that YouTube was absolutely infested with this type of content by the end of the decade. Mr. Beast clones and countless other variants seeing if they could build the Taj Mahal out of toothpicks. It was all worthless, but seemingly inoffensive. However, even with content that appears to not serve a great purpose, there is such a thing as too far, and this often separates the sincere content creators from the fraudulent interlopers, the people who can read a room and tell when a video probably shouldn't be uploaded, and those who can't. You can guess which one Tyler fell into. On January 10th, 2020, Tyler Oliveira uploaded a video titled, "Can 1 million paper towels absorb a swimming pool?" Which honestly would have been better if it was clickbait. In this video, Oliveira throws countless rolls of paper towels into a pool in an attempt to soak up all the water. Unfortunately, or fortunately in my case, I've been unable to find any real footage of this video, but the backlash came thick and fast, with many people and media outlets criticizing its wastefulness. Now, plenty of YouTubers have gone too far, and it may have been a good time for him to just hold up his hands and admit that this was a bad idea. But our boy Tyler had other plans, and in a pinned comment decided he was going to use facts and logic to defend himself on the battlefield of ideas. First opening with the fact that these paper towels would have existed whether he used them or not, which is a firm defense against anyone arguing the Schrodinger's paper towel point of view. He then goes on to deliver some truth bombs, some epic truth nukes, that these paper towels would have been used to wipe up trivial spillages anyway, and that the environmental impact was also very insignificant when you consider the fact that the wood used in creating paper towels is negligible when you consider the fact that many of his critics live in a house which is often made of wood when you consider it, and that everyone uses more toilet paper in their lifetime than Tyler used in this video, and that none of these people are actually doing anything for the sake of environment. And although the video may be bad, most people criticizing it are probably also bad, so I guess two wrongs make a right. It seems that in spite of the fact that Tyler Oliveira had learned the skill of articulation, his skills were still limited. While sure, it goes without saying that production costs for Tyler Oliveira's single video could never rival the pollution contributed by large manufacturers and corporations, nobody's really saying that. They're just calling you a dick, and rightfully so. All Tyler's response seemed to demonstrate was that he didn't really understand why what he did was so poorly received. After the negative response to this response, he eventually relented 6 days after the video initially went up, admitting that it was a bad and insensitive idea in hindsight, and stating that he had donated $1,000 to the Australian Red Cross, who were combating wildfires ravaging the country at the time. He announced he was also setting up a fundraiser in case anyone else wished to join him, with a total aim of $10,000. The target was ultimately not met, with a little over 10% of the goal raised, but it's better than nothing, and I'm not gonna hate on another creator donating to charity, but it never really felt like Oliveira understood why what he did was wrong. It's more that he just wanted to throw some money at the situation to shut people up, which it did, so at least it was effective. Nevertheless, the timely backlash was a sign that the tides were turning on YouTube culturally, particularly with regard to the many humanitarian disasters that would soon follow. First with the COVID pandemic, and then with subsequent military conflicts that many companies used as an excuse to price gouge. I mean, that contributed towards a cost of living crisis.
1/3 of these children live in poverty. That equates to 1.3 million under fives.
They say that more than 70 people have been killed and a further 138 injured in this latest series of airstrikes.
started before dawn. Ukraine woke to explosions around the capital, Kiev.
Suddenly, people were being told that we needed to be mindful of resources, as we weren't sure how they were going to be affected by a worldwide pandemic and everything that followed. Although Oliveira performed better than many other creators in this time, by the end of 2021, he was losing momentum, and by the end of 2022, his channel had effectively ground to a halt. Although the numbers may not look bad, by Tyler's standards, these were catastrophic, as he operated on a high-risk, high-reward model that required hefty returns on investment. For someone as performance-oriented as Tyler, it was a sign that he needed to change. Maybe he just needed a little help.
Pasha and I were too scared to come alone.
I don't believe a word of it.
Tyler's attempt to diversify was a venture into the supernatural, a subject that has long performed well on YouTube. The plan was that he would visit haunted places and see just how spooky they were. This style represented a departure from his usual shtick and an approach more reminiscent of live journalism.
Killers, rapists, serial killers.
A lot of people refer to this particular spirit up here as the Creeper.
The Creeper?
There isn't too much interesting to say about these videos. I don't think you're going to be leaving this video questioning your beliefs.
What was that?
Is that you?
What was that?
No.
Holy shit. Who heard that?
I heard it.
You guys heard knocking, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
In fact, probably the scariest thing to happen in this video is a confrontation with the Slop King himself, Brent Rivera.
What's up, little sis? I've had it with you little cranks.
To be honest with you, Brent Rivera is more than deserving of his own video, but to do so would actually require viewing any of his content for longer than 5 seconds. Content that looks like it's catered to kids or people on watch lists, so I don't know if I'm gonna do it. Either way, one of the haunted places Tyler Oliveira was scheduled to visit was the Stanley Hotel in Colorado. As luck would have it, Brent Rivera was also filming a video there at the exact same time as Tyler, and with such two large influencers in the same hotel on the same night, there was no way such a small space could ever contain both of their massive egos.
Do you fake your videos?
No. Do you fake your videos?
No.
Alright. Okay. Have fun, guys.
Asking Brent Rivera if he fakes his videos is like asking the CIA if they've ever interfered with foreign governments. You may not receive a straight answer, but you already know.
Hey, go have fun with your 100 subscribers, guys.
We get that louder.
I'm back. I was making some scrambled eggs, chat. I didn't eat breakfast today. And this is my breakfast. Scrambled eggs with cheese. All right, going back to the Mr. Beast era.
To the title on his own channel, while Jimmy went for something else entirely. Although Tyler's video did—
Okay, back a little bit further. Here. Remember when I watched this video with Brent Rivera? Yeah.
So,
your generosity has no bounds, Mr. Beast. A truly kind soul and a talented content creator.
Tyler Oliveira actually uploaded before Mr. Beast, so you can see exactly how our overcommitted brown noser pulled this off. And as always, the trick was just blindly declaring you won and having people believe it, because there's no way that anyone actually believes this was evidence.
Okay, well, hopefully I got it there.
The dude clearly subscribes after Jimmy passes 7 million. And look, this shit is—
Also, you're telling me he only had 4 windows open? Baby numbers. Instead of having like 15 windows open, he didn't even click on the windows. He didn't even click on the subscribe button very fast. He's like click, click, click. Like come on.
It's trivial, okay? I know. There's no way it was ever accurate, but anyone who announces they look forward to being on my next video before it's confirmed would never even be allowed within a mile of my next video, I can tell you that. Tyler Oliveira is standing there screaming, "I won the lottery," holding up a ticket that has the wrong numbers on it. Like, I'm sorry, Mr. Beast, you should have given this guy 7 million restraining orders instead. You know what? Actually, I'm sorry. Fuck you, Jimmy. Look at what you unleashed.
7 million sheets of toilet paper.
me. I'm having the runs lately, so this should work.
So as the story goes, Jimmy flew Tyler out, he was given a toilet roll, Tyler did challenges, yada yada yada. I couldn't give less of a shit.
Let me tell you, we don't care.
But unlike other Mr. Beast milestone videos, Tyler Oliveira claimed the rights to the title on his own channel, while Jimmy went for something else entirely. Although Tyler's video didn't draw the same number of views that Mr. Beast would, he pulled enough of a viewership to actually have an audience. And unlike Tyler's previous exchange with Ryan Trahan, many audience members came across from Jimmy's channel with a positive impression of Mr. Oliveira. So now he was picking up a few more subscribers. This was exactly what Tyler Oliveira had wanted. And now, with the help of some attention brought over from larger creators, he finally had the proper platform to unleash his coveted brand of content out into the world. Jimmy, what have you done? With some of Mr. Beast's viewers invested in his content, Tyler Oliveira had
It's funny how many things you can draw a direct line from Mr. Beast about how bad the internet is, specifically YouTube Spaces now. You know what I mean? You can draw a direct line from Mr. Beast to a bunch of different stuff that sucks in the YouTube sphere. And kind of funny, you could also draw a direct line from PewDiePie to Mr. Beast as well. Mr. Beast got famous by doing exactly what Tyler Oliveira did here. You know what I mean? Same thing. Same exact thing.
Exactly the kind of audience he wanted. And soon enough, he'd begin working on the content he knew they would enjoy.
And as the loyal subscriber that I am, I decided to take matters into my own hands and help Mr. Beast surpass T-Series, allowing him and PewDiePie to end the war once and for all.
Setting aside the Mr. Beast entitled videos, Oliveira's content often worked off a simple formula. He would test out a few different genres, and then when he had a hit, he
at the end of the time of the Oliveira video, ooh, two horrible people.
He'd milk it, and milk it, and milk it, and milk it until the cow had practically dried up and withered away. In that time, he'd also experiment with a few other types of content that he could transition into once the subject had overstayed its welcome. Examples of this could be his selling to GameStop videos, training like other people for X amount of days, spending 24 hours, Tesla challenges, and what I like to call the implausible challenge content, such as swimming across the entire Pacific Ocean, which he gives up pretty fast. The running for 24 hours straight, of which he spends most of his time walking, and my personal favorite, the digging a hole all the way to China video, which I'm sorry, but it's so funny to imagine 11 million people seeing this thumbnail and thinking, well, maybe.
You think that perhaps with the help of machinery, we'll be able to reach China?
I think we're almost there. I can see it. I can smell it.
We'll be there tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Maybe a week.
And look, as much as it pains me to hand it to Tyler Oliveira, in these early videos, there is some kind of entertainment value, particularly through a narrative that paces videos with a degree of poeticism, and that at least presents the guise of a personality for the man, and maybe, dare I say, a degree of respectability?
Oh, look, H3 merch right there in the background too. His own H3 merch. This is Teddy Fresh. Honestly, one of the best Teddy Fresh designs.
It wasn't an uncommon style, but I guess you need to give him some credit for making it seem like real content.
Amidst my unexpected psychosis mid-
You're right, I should dig China.
Swim, I wanted other people to experience the fear I had endured, so I decided to simulate a shark attack on my cameraman, Josh. And of course, with my luck, I soon encountered a flock of tempestuous whales.
The truth was that YouTube was absolutely infested with this type of content by the end of the decade. Mr. Beast clones and countless other variants seeing if they could build the Taj Mahal out of toothpicks. It was all worthless, but seemingly inoffensive. However, even with content that appears to not serve a great purpose, there
and Morg's mom. Shout out Morgs. What is Morgs doing now? I'm curious. How's Morgs faring with the TikTok ban? Morgs.
These are...
Okay, Morgs hasn't posted in 3 months and he's getting no views. 200K. Less than 200K. 200K. 400K. 1.9. Okay. He took a year-long break and he came back with no views and then like posted 4 videos and then...
These are $1 football boots. And these are $1,000 football boots.
Oh!
Wait, okay. Did he hit his mom in the face with a soccer ball for a video?
These are $1 football boots.
And he has like the prime. What? Were you a fan? I just know about Morgs and Morgs' mom. L's son indeed.
There is such a thing as too far, and this often separates the sincere content creators from the fraudulent interlopers, the people who can read a room and tell when a video probably shouldn't be uploaded, and those who can't. You can guess which one Tyler fell into. On January 10th, 2020, Tyler Oliveira uploaded a video titled, "Can 1 million..."
Wait, back. RB chat. Okay, I'm back. Had to make sure my stove was turned off.
Paper towels absorb a swimming pool? Which honestly would have been better if it was clickbait. In this video, Oliveira throws countless rolls of paper towels into a pool in an attempt to soak up all the water. Unfortunately, or fortunately in my case, I've been unable to find any real footage of this video, but the backlash came thick and fast, with many people and media outlets criticizing its wastefulness. Now, plenty of YouTubers have gone too far, and it may have been a good time for him to just hold up his hands and admit that this was a bad idea. But our boy
who was that one? Who is this person, chat? I've never seen this person before.
Yeah, but our boy Tyler had other plans, and in a pinned comment, decided he was going to use facts and logic to defend himself on the back.
Didn't Jenna Marbles cancel herself though? Like she wasn't canceled. Zorel, thank you for the thank you. What's up? Welcome in. Are you sure you say anything for the Prime or something? Also, NP Shark, thank you for the gifted sub. I think while I was gone. Much appreciated.
Battlefield of ideas. First opening with the fact that these paper towels would have existed whether he used them or not, which is a firm defense against anyone arguing the Schrodinger's paper towel point of view. He then goes on to deliver some truth bombs, some epic truth nukes, that these paper towels would have been used to wipe up trivial spillages anyway, and that the environmental impact was also very insignificant when you consider the fact that the wood used in creating paper towels is negligible when you consider the fact that many of his critics live in a house which is often made of wood when you consider it, and that everyone uses more toilet paper in their lifetime than Tyler used in this video, and that none of these people are actually doing anything for the sake of environment. And although the video may be bad, most people criticizing it are probably also bad. So I guess two wrongs make a right. It seems that in spite of the fact that Tyler Oliveira had learned the skill of articulation, his skills were
for something and never be seen again. Maybe she just wanted to leave, honestly. If she wanted to quit, makes sense.
Still limited. While sure, it goes without saying that production costs for Tyler Oliveira's single video could never rival the pollution contributed by large manufacturers and corporations, nobody's really saying that. They're just calling you a dick, and rightfully so. All Tyler's response seemed to demonstrate was that he didn't really understand why what he did was so poorly received. After the negative response to this response, he eventually relented 6 days after the video initially went up, admitting that it was a bad and insensitive idea in hindsight, and stating that he had donated $1,000 to the Australian Red Cross, who were combating wildfires ravaging the country at the time. He announced he was also setting up a fundraiser in case anyone else wished to join him, with a total aim of $10,000. The target was ultimately not met, with a little over 10% of the goal raised, but it's better than nothing. And I'm not gonna hate on another creator donating to charity, but it never really felt like Oliveira understood why what he did was wrong. It's more that he just wanted to throw some money at the situation to shut people up, which it did, so at least it was effective. Nevertheless, the timely backlash was a sign that the tides were turning on YouTube culturally, particularly with regard to the many humanitarian disasters that would soon follow. First with the COVID pandemic, and then with subsequent military conflicts that many companies used as an excuse to price gouge. I mean, that contributed towards a cost of living crisis.
1/3 of of these children live in poverty. That equates to 1.3 million under fives.
They say that more than 70 people have been killed and a further 138 injured in this latest series of airstrikes.
Started before dawn.
It's unfortunate reality that the prices just have to increase and we just have to fund the military more. You know what I mean? Unfortunate reality.
Ukraine woke to explosions around the capital, Kiev.
Suddenly, people were being told that we needed to be mindful of resources, as we weren't sure how they were going to be affected by a worldwide pandemic and everything that followed. Although Oliveira performed better than many other creators in this time, by the end of 2021, he was losing momentum, and by the end of 2022, his channel had effectively ground to a halt. Although the numbers may not look bad, by Tyler's standards, these were catastrophic, as he operated on a high-risk, high-reward model that required hefty returns on investment. For someone as performance-oriented as Tyler, it was a sign that he needed to change. Maybe he just needed a little help.
Pasha and I were too scared to come alone.
I don't believe a word of it.
Tyler's attempt to diversify was a venture into the supernatural, a subject that has long performed well on...
I don't know about this. Oh, okay, I do remember Brent Rivera showdown thing.
YouTube. The plan...
He did a lot of stuff on YouTube. Started with like slop content, well, clout chasing, slop content, content theft with like just theft, or like the Brent Rivera fiasco, doing paranormal content, and then investigating, and then Jesus goes on forever.
Was that he would visit haunted places and see just how spooky they were. This style represented a departure from his usual shtick and an approach more reminiscent of live journalism.
Killers, rapists, serial killers.
A lot of people refer to this particular spirit up here as the Creeper.
The Creeper?
There isn't too much interesting to say about these videos. I don't think you're going to be leaving this video questioning your beliefs.
What was that?
Is that you?
What was that?
No.
Holy fuck shit. Who heard that?
I heard it.
You guys heard knocking, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
In fact, probably the scariest thing to happen in this video is a confrontation with the Slop King himself, Brent Rivera.
What's up, little sis? I've had it with you little cranks.
To be honest with you, Brent Rivera is more than deserving of his own video, but to do so would actually require viewing any of his content for longer than 5 seconds. Content that looks like it's catered to kids or people on watch lists, so I don't know if I'm gonna do it. Either way, one of the haunted places Tyler Oliveira was scheduled to visit was the Stanley Hotel in Colorado.
Part of slop content. I never watched Casey Neistat, so I can't speak on that.
As luck would have it, Brent Rivera was also filming a video there at the exact same time as Tyler, and with such two large influencers in the same hotel on the same night, there was no way such a small space could ever contain both of their massive egos.
Do you fake your videos?
No. Do you fake your videos?
No.
Alright. Okay. Have fun, guys.
Asking Brent Rivera if he fakes his videos is like asking the CIA if they've ever interfered with foreign governments.
Which they have not.
I receive a straight answer, but you already know.
Hey, go have fun with your 100 subscribers, then.
We get that louder.
You don't have a directional mic on that camera? But if we were normal guests, that would...
Whoa.
Okay.
Normal guests? You think you're elevated beyond an average human being? You've ascended the human... Wait, what are you...
I remember this happening, and I remember hating both of these people. Vindicated once again. They both sucked.
Who are you?
Everybody was yelling at Brent Rivera because he was doing the "I'm bigger than you" or whatever, which is cringe. It is cringe, and he is cringe. But they're the same person. You know what I mean?
You're harassing our tours.
No.
You need to back up right now. Dude, get moving. Have fun, guys.
We're not harassing. I want to say hi to my favorite YouTuber, Brent Rivera. Totally doesn't fake his videos, and it's totally awesome.
Bye.
Why are you having trouble speaking?
In spite of this, Brent was still a...
these days. I mean, like they both kind of are. You know what I mean? But gosh, stop.
Elon Musk is now leaking DMs.
How big is Brent Rivera's ego? Let's see. Yeah, 5.2 million views a day ago.
These kids are...
Man, the children views are insane. 27... Okay, these have to be botted. 27 million views in 3 weeks? What?
Today, I'm traveling to some of the creepiest places I found on Google.
I won't say what I was going to say. It was going to be very
offended by the inference in Tyler's line of questioning and becomes hostile and confrontational pretty quick, with snide comments escalating in security being called, who ask Mr. Oliveira to leave the premises, with police arriving shortly after.
Can I ask you to pack your stuff? For sure. Can I propose a compromise? No.
No.
SSPD's on the way, so you have until they get here.
For sure. Unfortunate.
The footage shown by Tyler obviously makes Brent look like an insecure jackass, and Tyler makes the most of this idiocy by uploading the video and presenting the narrative in its entirety. This was then reported on by large YouTubers who provided their takes on the situation, mostly siding against Brent.
Brent Rivera got confronted in the real world, and I'm using that word loosely because it wasn't really confronting. He got trolled in real life, and just for some reason acted far stronger and more badass than he is. Like, bro, you make videos eating gum off of a child's shoe. Like, why are you going to try and pretend to be like this fucking man's man when met with controversy or when met with conflict in the real world?
With the coverage the clips were receiving and the mounting pressure on him, Brent decided to take to TikTok to post his response.
If you recently saw a viral video of two YouTubers arguing in a hotel hallway, well, one of those YouTubers was me. Things quickly get taken out of context, so here's the full picture. Also, this isn't me defending the things that I said, but more so giving you guys my perspective.
His hair kind of sucks, not gonna lie. His hair kind of sucks.
What happened that night.
In this video, Brent apologizes for any insensitive comments, but affirms that Tyler was attempting to provoke them by making inflammatory comments of his own, following and harassing them, not vice versa.
As the night went on, he continued to approach us with his camera, saying awful things about me, my friends, and my sister to try and get a rise out of me for his video. At a certain point, it bubbled up so much that I did what he wanted. I stooped down to his level, and I said something that I should not have said.
Go have fun with your 100 subscribers.
Later on, he came up and started filming again, this time while we were on a tour. His actions toward us and other guests on the tour caused the hotel staff, not me, to call security. And after several warnings, the hotel chose to call the police to get him escorted from the hotel.
This response wasn't well received at the time, especially with the footage available, which clearly showed Brent acting in a more hostile capacity in front of Tyler and making more than just one antagonistic comment. There's little doubt that Brent downplays his role in this confrontation, but I do think people tended to
Honestly though, Cleo, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. Alabaster, what's up? Thank you very much. Honestly though, I'd take Brent Rivera over Tyler Oliveira any day. Also, their names sound familiar. Or not familiar, this sounds similar. I would take Brent Rivera over Tyler Oliveira. At least it's not Brent Hitler era. You know what I mean? Anniversary, thank you.
Look, the fact that Tyler was clearly
planned for the anniversary, so I don't though. It is what it is.
Looking to get a rise out of him. We know by now that Tyler Oliveira does have a talent for poking the bear, and we don't know how much content he cut out of that interaction to present an image that was more favorable towards him. I could imagine being annoyed if someone kept coming up to me in a hotel, pointing a camera in my face, and asking me provocative questions, even if I did make bottom of the barrel slop content, but we all know better than Brent Rivera why Tyler did that. If it's something worth talking about, people will give it attention. And although the views garnered from this coverage of the situation didn't quite galvanize his channel in the way he may have hoped, it did seem to put a light bulb in his head that he could scale up his investigative efforts from
Pop Force over Tyler Rivera? Yeah, because it's not Hitler. He's not making bad people famous? No, of course not.
Here.
You must continue to make bad people famous.
But first, it's a new year. That means new horizons, new opportunities, new habits. Whether those habits are good or bad is really up to you to decide. But I'm here to tell you how you can break bad habits and start 2025 off on the right foot. All thanks to a personalized debt solution from today's sponsor at PDS Debt. With an A+
I've never seen this before. A YouTube advertiser.
From the Better Business Bureau, PDS Debt strives to understand your specific scenario and can help provide alternative solutions to becoming debt-free. If you feel like you've been throwing endless amounts of money at your debt every single month and aren't seeing the balance go down, it might be time to contact PDS Debt. PDS Debt has customized options for anyone struggling with credit cards, personalized loans, collections, or medical bills. In fact, everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies, and there is no minimum credit score required. Make this the year you finally take control of your finances and stop letting yourself get crushed by debt. See if PDS Debt is right for you by getting a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/jobry in just 30 seconds. Huge thanks again to PDS Debt for sponsoring this video and helping people get back on track with their finances. On February 28th, 2023, Tyler Oliveira uploaded the video "I Went to the Incest Capital of America." It features Oliveira going to the beautiful state of Alabama to interview some Southerners about their relationships with, well, their relatives. In the video, he does interview some people who quite brazenly admit to kissing their cousins, and even features a bit of kissing at the end. This one's to all the gooners out there, I guess. It seems Tyler took Brent's advice to heart, as we can see here that he is equipped with a more professional apparatus, including a directional microphone and a simpler goal of just interviewing as many kooky characters as possible.
I interview you for $5.
Hey, what's up?
Have you kissed a cousin?
Yeah.
Yeah? Is she hot?
Yeah.
Hot as hell?
Oh yeah.
Would you smash?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be honest with you, I ain't gonna lie to you.
As entertaining as this video might be, Oliveira's commitment to journalistic integrity seems a little questionable. The video itself is paralleled with an overarching narrative.
I mean, again, if you think about it, right? Like, I'll take this Tyler over Hitler Vera. Like, it's the same similar concept, and this is what led him down his journey to becoming, like, you know, insanely right wing and reactionary. But like, keep asking people if they're incestuous instead of like perpetuating like right wing narratives about you know what I mean? Narratives about freaking Haitian people.
Of him trying to find the Smurf family, something that was mentioned to him in an interview early on. However, a quick fact check would have told him that the Smurf family, or the Fugates as they're more formally known, were a family from Kentucky, which, if my memory serves, is not Alabama. He was searching in completely the wrong state. When talking about them, he also shows a picture of Paul Carrison, whose skin turned blue after trying an alternative medicine and is of no relation to the Fugates whatsoever. But at this early stage, maybe you could defend him, given it was his first venture into this style of content.
So I drove to Blue Mountain and I wondered to myself, is this where the legendary Smurf family lives?
In spite of these inaccuracies, people were still entertained, and it quickly became Oliveira's best performing video in a while. And any longtime follower of Oliveira could tell you that meant there was more to come.
Oh, we're filming a documentary about obesity in America, and we're showcasing the tacos here as a prime facilitator of obesity and in turn premature death. But we'll be quick.
Over the next few months, Oliveira uploaded videos that featured him going to various deprived and sometimes dangerous locations and carrying out interviews with the apparent mission of presenting some insight from ground zero. Many of these videos were very well received, and commenters heaped praise on Tyler for presenting harrowing stories from the front line and raising awareness for issues that had long been overlooked. And hell, I wouldn't disagree that some of this content can actually be pretty illuminating into overlooked communities.
You guys used to live here?
So I didn't live here. My family grew up here a lot. But I work for Quapaw Nation.
Okay.
And they're basically the ones that are handling all the cleanup.
Apparently, the original Native Americans that had this land taken from them got it back and is now responsible for cleaning up this mess. So I got in the car and wanted to see the cleanup in action.
Could it be possible that a creator like Tyler had grown from the clout-chasing, milk-bathing, can I date your daughter demon that he once was, and was now making important, productive content? Well, you know the answer to that, and it's not fucking yes.
When did you start disliking black people, if at all?
I just like being around them.
Got it.
I think they're fine around themselves, but why in America, formerly a white country, the current political paradigm says there can be no all-white countries, no majority white countries. Why does that have to be enforced?
At first, this
well, America is still a majority white country, so I don't know what he means. Like, so also, like, again, the problem with like Tyler Oliveira is that there's zero pushback, right? Not even just interviewing the most racist person in America, because like Gideon literally did that like 2 days ago, but there being zero pushback is kind of like the main issue. He lets this person speak and he's like, good talking to you, sir, and then you just leave instead of like, you know, hey, don't you think you're kind of a racist? Hey, don't you think that that's a bad thing?
Content largely flew under the radar, though there were the occasional red flags. For example, there's one video where the dude goes down to what is clearly a Confederate memorabilia shop, calling it an antique store, which is a little reductive, then gifts one of the items he buys there to a notoriously racist man who has appeared in other videos, with YouTuber Vince Vintage doing some digging of his own into this particular store and finding a barrage of other heinous items they had on display, uncovering how the local population has tried to get it shut down for years. The store, Wildman Civil War Surplus, is described in one 2015 article as containing shrines to the Klan to white power. But Tyler seems to leave out that context, instead giving viewers the impression that this was just a normal southern antique store, apparently worthy of his hard-earned money. According to him, it's basically the same as going to a Civil War museum.
This is a Civil War antique store that sells all sorts of artifacts and memorabilia from the Civil War time period. It's literally an antique store with a Civil War theming in the deep south of Georgia. I bought rocks, a piece of paper, and a plate with guns on it. It's almost like saying if you pay admission to go to a Civil War museum, you're somehow supporting slavery.
You know, the Civil War museum filled with swastikas, a famous symbol of the Civil War. One glance at the reviews will tell you it's not so much the historical institute its owners may want you to think it is. It's caused so much controversy over the years that it's pushed neighboring businesses to relocate and prompted city council members to resign in protest of its license being reinstated. As I've often found to be the case with Tyler, sometimes the narrative lies in what he doesn't let on. People weren't given any—
No, that was like old Tyler. That was old Tyler. So he's gotten backlash for it before when it was first posted. That was his response then.
Of this context about the store, so they didn't think anything of it. They didn't care. Just as they didn't seem to notice he was ripping off better creators like Nico Omalana, but soon that would begin to change.
How easy would it be for us to get like fentanyl right now?
Yeah, about 2 seconds by.
Next person?
Yeah.
And how long have you been out here, sir?
I've been here about 4 years.
On November 2nd, 2023, a few months after switching to investigative content, Tyler Oliveira uploaded the video "I Investigated the Country Where Every Drug is Legal," in which he takes his equipment to Vancouver in British Columbia. Not a country, but that's clickbait for you. In January of 2023, the Canadian province decriminalized the possession of up to 2.5 grams of hard drugs for public use. It was a move that generated controversy and criticism from those who thought this would only worsen the situation.
Proper harm reduction has been shown in European places, you know, Switzerland. That.
The whole argument is that they have institutions to rehabilitate these users and not just facilitate the drug use, right?
That's one thing we've told in this regard.
This seems to be a point of concern from Oliveira at points in the video, even having a conversation about its supposed shortcomings in comparison to European countries like Portugal, which I'm not saying is an unimportant conversation to have, but ultimately any movement toward productive discussion is derailed immediately by Tyler's own addiction for large-scale events and sensationalist media.
We're just wondering if we can hear your opinion on what's going on out here in Vancouver.
This very second is not a great time.
Okay, got it. Should we get out of here?
No, it's just I've got somebody who's just OD'd outside.
For this video, Tyler brings along independent journalist and self-proclaimed Portland homelessness czar Kevin Dahlgren, who had already appeared in past videos featuring people living rough. Dahlgren was already an interesting choice, given he had resigned from his position earlier on in the year following rumblings of financial misconduct, with Oliveira's release
Fraud question mark?
Of this video actually coinciding with Dahlgren's arrest for multiple counts of fraud and theft. Though this case has yet to be resolved, it makes his inclusion seem more politically motivated, given that he's been vocally critical of, quote, progressive administrations, which is a narrative that becomes apparent in this video very quickly.
Little did I know, Kevin snuck into one last night, and here's how it looked.
At one point, it's claimed Dahlgren had snuck into an injection center and filmed people on trips. It's meant to be an expose of the failings of the center to attend to its patients, but feels very intrusive and uncomfortable to me. It's very telling that Oliveira censored the drugs, but not the actual people's faces. This wasn't the first video that Tyler had done investigating drug abuse in major cities. Earlier on in the year, he had covered the decriminalization in Portland, Oregon, with Kevin to broadly positive reception. It seems more respectful and involves more censoring and thoughtful discussion, yet after his video investigating Vancouver went live, footage was disputed by local advocates who claimed that this was actually filmed at a homeless shelter, leaving question marks over why Tyler would ever involve someone with such questionable credibility.
Interesting.
And why Tyler would actively worsen his content when he clearly knew better. Practically, the remaining runtime of Oliveira's Vancouver video is just filled with drama and chaos. Multiple people are filmed either overdosing or just completely out of it without any real context other than, wow, this is bad. This is really bad, right guys? There's just some strange assumptions that show Tyler's lack of understanding on drug-related issues. Tyler points at multiple people hunched over and suggests that they've been nodding out too much. And although it may be the case for some, there are plenty of other conditions that could also cause hunchback, and leaving people uncensored with the implication that each of them is a drug addict is kind of insane.
So what was the objective in decriminalizing those drugs?
That their idea was that this would reduce stigma. They cite other countries in the world that have had some success with decriminalization. They talk about Portugal, Uruguay, Germany, but there's a huge difference between what they're doing and what's being done here. Fortunately, the government is only telling half the
what's the difference though?
Story, and they've only put half the work in.
The only attempt at
What's the difference though?
Further depth is an interview at the end with Vancouver-based politician Eleanor Sturko, who again makes some points regarding the implementation of the program. Yet after the video, she also denounced Oliveira, said that she never consented to being recorded and that her comments were taken out of context. Sturko has also received criticism for her handling of this matter, and as a professional politician, she should probably know that some people will tape her statements whether on or off the record. However, the fact that Oliveira didn't ask for her consent is also telling, that maybe if she knew what the video was saying or what it was about, she wouldn't be happy participating in it. This didn't stop Oliveira from responding, calling her spineless, which I assume is Tyler's way of continuing the conversation. Not too soon after, another person who was featured in the video spoke out about it. A man who was filmed overdosing on the street claimed there were some ethical boundaries Oliveira should have at least considered.
Terrible to think that someone in distress who was having a difficult time was being filmed and put on the internet for likes and clicks. And it's disgusting that people think they can come down here and film people when they're having a difficult time in the downtown east side.
They have family members, they have names, they're people, they're not just throwaways of society.
They obviously caught me at my worst, and yeah, I wouldn't want that to happen to other people. There should be some type of, you know, I know it's legal to kill people out in public, but at the same time, there's got to be some ethical boundaries to it.
Oliveira responded to this with his textbook empathy. Wait, this guy who is overdosing on meth on a public sidewalk works in or at the—
Man, this guy sucks. This guy sucks. Was it Wada? Thank you for the happy partner anniversary.
Overdose Prevention Society? Yeah, wow, sicko and Tyler. This guy with a drug addiction problem is volunteering to help other people with drug addictions? Wow, yeah, talk about a conflict of interest. High fives all around for Tyler and his bros. Tyler Oliveira's video is the perfect representation of observing society's problems, but not actually suggesting we do anything.
Welcome everybody watching Tyler Oliveira video, or not, a jobbery about Tyler Oliveira video.
About it. The title of the video implies that Tyler is criticizing decriminalization, but even his video seems to acknowledge that British Columbia already had a problem, and other countries have successfully implemented similar programs with the right infrastructure. Yet,
Record, thank you for the 2-month resubscription.
DNMDANKIES.
W resub indeed. Welcome back.
Rather than actually exploring why it may be falling short here, Tyler just gawks at people with serious problems and profits from filming their struggle because he has nothing of actual substance to say and relies on other people to make those points for him. I think the video and his subsequent responses paint a pretty clear picture that when the narrative serves it, Tyler is all about helping people. But as soon as someone provides even the mildest critique of his content, he goes right back to being that same old petty, egotistical Tyler Oliveira that we've always seen. It shows that this transition isn't really growth, it's just a move of convenience, and that when it's no longer convenient to him, he'll throw all these people that he claims to care about under the bus for his own personal gain. In spite of the criticism that Oliveira faced for this video from people within these communities, the upload became one of his best performing on YouTube, netting nearly 20 million views. It sent Tyler a clear message that people wanted more drama, more politically charged narratives, and most importantly, more chaos. So what was Tyler gonna do? Respond to those who said he was sensationalizing homelessness and start treating journalism with the respectability it deserves? Don't be silly. Tyler
No, definitely not.
Was much more interested in turning public anger back at the people who questioned his methods.
It was like yesterday, man, where you had protesters, you know, literally up against the faces of police officers as they formed a human wall trying to protect the East Precinct. But we all know the story. City leaders allowed the activists to take over this entire city block, and it was just chaos.
On Christmas Day 2023, Tyler dropped a video titled "I Investigated the City That Banned Police," referring to Seattle's short-lived Capitol Hill occupied protest, CHOP, or Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, CHAZ, which prohibited law enforcement officers from entering the area. Tyler appears here with another independent journalist, Jonathan Cho, who was fired from his job for his coverage of a Proud Boys rally, which many considered was a little too generous to a fascist organization.
I got fired because I covered a Proud Boys rally, and I was accused of promoting this group. When that wasn't the case. And afterwards, people just started harassing me and doxing me.
In case anyone thinks this was a one-off, on his Twitter, Cho now regularly uses the term Trump derangement syndrome, unironically quote tweets "end wokeness" and flagrantly promotes allegations of election fraud. So
I think this guy is pretty bad. Hot take, I know.
You know you're in for a real thick slice of unbiased journalism with him.
They don't like my style, they don't like the fact that I'm exposing them, and they feel as though they are vigilante security guards and that they're protecting this BLM garden and this homeless encampment. How is this being allowed in a public park in a world-class city like Seattle? This is a takeover, Tyler.
The implication of this video is that there is some relationship between the 3-week period when Seattle banned police on Capitol Hill and the rise in criminal activity, despite the fact that they present no evidence that this was the case, and trends of crime in Seattle will show you that this has been a growing problem long before the developments in 2021.
They're done. They don't want to work anymore. They don't want to pay taxes. They don't want to pay their bills. You've got the activists saying, oh, if you just give everyone here
It's so funny to say this while people are just driving to work behind him. You know what I mean? People are just driving to their jobs behind him. It's like, nobody wants to work anymore. People just want to stay at home and mooch off the land and welfare. And like people are just like driving to work behind
we
him.
can solve the crisis. Well, the problem is you've clearly encountered there are people who want to stay out here. What do you do about them?
After it is safe.
There's urine, there's human feces, there's drug dealing going on. Is that safer than this shelter that's allegedly unsanitary? Look,
why do you think they're choosing to be out here?
Because they don't want to follow the rules.
Okay.
Do you deserve an apartment in Seattle when there's so many others who are working 2-3 jobs?
Throughout the video, there's also this advocacy against...
Like those people deserve apartments as well. They shouldn't have to work 2-3 jobs.
Giving homeless people housing. This narrative, the people who expect it rather than going to shelters are entitled. The only places Cho seems to promote are Christian-run organizations, which feels a little bit loaded in itself. There are also strays of people advocating for the homeless, most notably Mark Horvath, head of the nonprofit Invisible People, who criticized Oliveira just 20 days before, in case it was unclear how petty our man is prepared to be.
Yeah.
In front
of
a criminal network, a criminal town.
Talk to me.
my hand for my safety.
Okay.
You're in front of the camel tent that's a drug ring.
At one point, Cho and Oliveira are met by a woman who claims that a drug tent is a criminal syndicate's headquarters, and they take her completely seriously.
That's so funny. A random lady's like, you listen to me. You're in front of the criminal ring. The camel tent. That one is a organized crime ring, a drug ring. And they're like, really? Uh-huh. Wow, that's crazy what's going on here in Seattle. Instead of like, man, I don't know if this lady's okay.
Seriously, despite the fact that she reveals herself to have no knowledge of it whatsoever and just wanted an opportunity to complain about the homeless situation again.
There's unmitigated shoplifting. The laws have to be changed because they're actually, the police hands are tied. We're spending vast amounts on Narcan. The firemen are coming out all the time. Overdoses. I'm sorry, if you're not a teenager, you don't get Narcan. You don't get a I am not.
What? If you're not a teenager, you don't get Narcan? So like, okay, wait. So if somebody's overdosing, you want the EMTs to like check their ID to make sure that they're not over the age of 18 before administering Narcan? Like, logistically, what does that look like? Oh, sorry, you look kind of old. Therefore, no Narcan for you. Also, yeah, she's hiding. Do they not look how crazy they look? They like dug you behind a car.
Not some crazy conservative, but things cannot end unless there are laws.
What'd you get us? Yeah, what?
Because if I was gonna have some idiotic progressive thing like, oh, these poor homeless.
Like, it just sounds like she wants to complain about homeless people, honestly.
People, you know, they're the poor entitled.
This video is particularly funny because Tyler offers so little substance that it just devolves into Cho's personal vendetta at the liberals for having him fired. Fired from a job where he tagged his news corporation and said that the Proud Boys would be around to answer questions on their cause and mission. Yeah, I wonder what that mission could be.
I'm asking if you're doing fentanyl in there because bathrooms are being used for drug use.
That's everywhere in the United States.
Is that a yes or no?
No.
Would you like to share your thoughts on what's going on here?
Bro, let this man use the bathroom. What are you doing? It happens everywhere.
But to Oliveira, Cho's just a useful idiot, someone to stir up controversy and draw conflict for the sake of content, and a tool to make the opposition look reasonable. At some point, Cho disappears and the video actually starts to become interesting when he talks to people who were involved with the protests, but by then it's too late to really leave any other impression. A narrative around homelessness that boils down to just finger pointing at anyone or anything progressive, and commonly those who are hostile to Oliveira's own methods, which at that point, can you blame them?
I got put in jail for jaywalking, but I did a year.
Did you do anything else? That seems pretty atypical, right?
Right.
For point of proof, shall I jaywalk? A few cops are there. I'm just curious.
He's gonna be like, well, I didn't get arrested for jaywalking, so you must be lying.
Okay, we're trying to prove a point.
From bringing on controversial figures to serve as his expert consultants, to filming multiple people struggling without their consent, to making broad, unsubstantiated...
Like, he does understand that, like, if you are involved in a protest and cops arrest you and they charge you with something like jaywalking in order to get you locked up, because they can't charge you for protesting because protesting is a First Amendment right. They're going to give you a fake charge. They're going to say you were disrupting the peace. They're going to say you were jaywalking. They're going to say you violated a noise compliance or whatever. Like, that's what they will do. Also, he also did cross at a crosswalk.
Assumptions without even basic research, it's clear that Tyler sees his job as one to stir the pot and create the conflict that he can reap interaction from. To his many critics, the verdict was clear. The dude still sucked, he just found new ways to hide it. But why would he change if he was only going to be rewarded? Oliveira was using his content to wage an ideological war with his critics and those who worked in these places. But how long would it be before he bit off more than he could chew? Over the next few months, Tyler continued to move into more politically charged territory, even covering the US-Mexico border crisis.
Wait, Ground News freaking sponsor Tyler?
With the usual Tyler finesse.
Oh, we got WAP?
Cardi B's got some other meaning
What
for
do you
that.
think Cardi B means by that?
Oh, yeah, you know. Here we go. Dementia and quid pro Joe and crackhead hunter. I gotta go.
However, in March, Tyler decided it was time to return to his roots. In the video, I investigated the poorest region of America. Tyler goes to West Virginia, walks around poor towns, and interviews people. Throughout much of this video, Tyler isn't accompanied by a local or right-wing journalist, so the narrative kinda just goes from one interviewee to the other. Other than the mandatory Trump supporter interview, of course. Of all the videos, it'd be hard to see how this one would draw any controversy, but then Tyler goes to visit a family known as the Whitakers.
I'm sorry, who's this?
His name's Ray.
Ray? I remember Ray. I photographed you, Ray. Do you remember? Years ago. And your name is?
Lorraine.
Lorraine? And Timmy.
The Whitakers are a family commonly dubbed America's most inbred family. I don't really know how you measure the degrees of inbreeding in a family, but they pivoted to the center of public interest through the coverage of Mark Leda, a photographer who creates videos covering the poorest in society. On his channel, Soft White Underbelly, Leda regularly takes the Whitakers on various trips and holds interviews where they're free to express themselves. In 2022, Leda started up a GoFundMe to raise money for a new house, as the Whitakers weren't exactly living in luxury. So you might be wondering, what does all of this have to do with Tyler?
A couple years ago, I saw this video on YouTube titled Inbred Family, The Whitakers, where this guy, Mark Laida, records his interaction with a family suffering a long history of inbreeding.
Well, Tyler reached out to the Soft White Underbelly team and asked if they could help put him in contact with the Whitakers. A representative responded and said,
I can't tell if that guy is the Soft White Underbelly. I couldn't tell. I couldn't get a read on them because I couldn't tell if they're trying to do it exploitatively or if they were actually trying to help them, or I don't know what the vibe was there. But it does seem very weird, and the fact that they were super down with Tyler Rivera is not great.
Said no, citing that they have an exclusive contract
for
never
mind. I was okay. That was a journey that this video just took me through. They said no. I was like, okay, they don't want to aid exploitation. They're like, no, we have an exclusive contract. I'm like, oh, okay, sure.
The Soft White Underbelly team and asked if they could help put him in contact with the Whitakers. A representative responded and said no, citing that they have an exclusive contract for all content creation and that they're in the process of filming a TV show. Tyler takes this response and decides that he's going to film anyway, so the email was just a formality. He also attacks Leda for seemingly hypocritical responses, which, I mean, they kinda are.
Intrigued, I reached out to Mark Laida to see if he could introduce me to them, and he responded with this. Hi Tyler, Soft White Underbelly has an exclusive contract with the Whitaker family for all content creation. We are also currently—
Leda is a bad man. Yeah, he's sounding like a bad man. So I'm kind of, partially I'm kind of happy that he's being undercut, because what do you mean you have an exclusive contract with filming with this family? And I want to exploit them. Only me. Right? So part of me is happy that he's being undercut by Tyler, but also Tyler also sucks for trying to exploit this family. You know what I mean? It's just, all of this is bad. Everybody involved sucks.
in talks about a television series with a broadcast network. Thank you so much for thinking of us. Noel, Soft White Underbelly. 9 days later, he uploaded this to his YouTube channel.
This is not I'm not trying to create a TV show where we're doing follow-ups on people, because I could easily do that. I try to resist doing that. Because people, I see the comments sometimes, oh, you're just exploiting these people.
Now, assuming this contract even exists, it immediately raises a red flag when you consider that Mark has made 13 videos with the Whitakers with a combined total of 89.13 million views.
Oliveira then goes on to observe the fact that Leda has multiple GoFundMes set up.
If Tyler had just laid this out without going to interview them himself, I wouldn't even necessarily have a problem with it, right? But then him being like, okay, now I'm going to go around him to do my own exploitation is like the problem. Softwhite Underbelly guy had sexual/romantic relationships with some of the video subjects, if I recall correctly. Really?
And a PayPal and Cash App for donations, which seems awfully impractical and confusing given the multiple subjects of these videos. From his point of view, Leda should have more than enough money to buy these people a fairly affordable house, which would be an upgrade from their previous living situation.
Something on a real story, but it definitely didn't matter. Yeah, basically.
Before we go any further, I just want to say that Oliveira, for the first time in his life, might actually have come up with an original point that's worthy of discussing. An exclusive contract is absolutely ridiculous to have on any basis, let alone with an impoverished, mentally challenged family. You shouldn't be setting up GoFundMes for any of your channels. If you feel that indebted to these people, just pay them. And it definitely is weird that you claim not to be trying to make a TV series a week after saying you were working on a TV series. However, observing a problem was probably what Tyler was always best at. Can he actually draw a productive conclusion?
The minimum of $77K raised directly for the house, in addition to however much was sent to Mark directly via Cash App and PayPal, and however much money generated from, let's say, just the first video he made with the Whitakers, an extremely conservative estimate of $82,000, assuming a $2 RPM, we have a minimum of $159,000 in the home fund here. And there just so happens to be a house for sale right now in Odd, West Virginia, where they live, currently listed for $139,000. So why don't they have a new house?
Rather than talk about the potential exploitation within this sort of content, which would obviously bring into contention many of his own videos, Tyler instead chooses to focus on the implication that Leda is defrauding the Whitakers, using one of the family members, Betty's, words against him.
What else? How's the house coming along?
What house?
The
I don't know what house. We have to Mark about the house.
What did Mark say about the house? Paige wants to get an update.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you think he's...
Mark told we ain't got no more money in there. I don't know.
Okay.
I know what told us.
From my understanding, there's like...
Yeah, so the problem here is that Tyler can't have the A conversation. He's now talking about the B conversation. It's still an important conversation to have, mind you, right? It's important to determine whether or not Mark is stealing the money for the house or not. But it's not the A conversation. The A conversation is about the exploitation that Mark and Tyler are both contributing to, which is taking an impoverished family, exploiting them for their content, and then subsequently after that, potentially defrauding them by not paying them and using their likeness to raise money for themselves. Right? He can't have the A conversation, so he's only focusing on the B conversation. And it's not as strong of a conversation to have because he just waits for him to absolve his own exploitation.
I don't know, $50,000 or $60,000 in there? Has Mark given you guys an update?
No.
Okay. When's the last time you guys have talked to Mark?
I talked to Mark the other day.
Even though he doesn't outwardly state that Leda is keeping the money, it's about as close as you can come to actually accusing it without being legally liable. It's a little thing we like to call plausible deniability, which Tyler is all about. It's not really a sensible argument either, because if the money hadn't been raised yet, why would Leda be sending it over?
I feel good. They were super sweet. They're groceried up. It is cold. They were in the middle of nowhere. And Mark, where is the house?
I started a GoFundMe linked in this video's description and donated $10,000 of my money.
Started his own GoFundMe. Sure.
If you feel moved by these innocent souls and want to help them live their elderly years in peace, feel free to donate below. And Mark, if you have any honor, let's combine whatever my viewers and I raise, your two GoFundMes, and let's get the Whitakers a new house for real.
Tyler then decides that the solution to all of this is to set up his own competing GoFundMe for the Whitakers, which is almost hilarious in its absurdity. Oliveira couldn't even think of an original solution, and although he had evidence to imply that maybe Mark Leda had some questions to answer, the undertones of financial misuse were a step further, which were only really substantiated by one person's testimony. If that testimony wasn't accurate, Oliveira might end up looking kind of bad.
Hey everybody, this is Mark. I thought I'd address something that a lot of people are have questions about. This GoFundMe that I've had for years, since I've been interviewing the family, has generated a lot of money for the family. It was always designed to help them with their living expenses, and then like end of last year we changed it to we started a new GoFundMe, and I tried to start a new one so it would look like this is how much money we're going to get for the house.
The day after, Mark Leda uploaded a video titled Whitaker's GoFundMe, The Problem with Social Media. In the 17-minute video, Leda explains that although the GoFundMe was set up with the intent to help buy the Whitakers a house, he would constantly be contacted by the family asking for financial support from the GoFundMe, of which he feels he has to oblige. He provides receipts showing many of these transfers and stating that he has also been paying them out of his own pocket.
But the problem has been that Betty and Larry will call me every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, and say, hey, we need money for a car. Larry wrecked his car. We need a new car. We need food. We need this. We need that. It's always an emergency, and they need money. And it is their money, but this money is, all these donations are for the Whitakers. And when they tell me they need money, what am I going to say? No, you can't have it. We're saving it for a house. So I give them the money. These are all going from my account to Betty Whitaker's account at the, I think, Chase Bank, I think it is in Beckley, West Virginia. Because I've gotten these weekly, not weekly, but every few week calls from Betty or Larry asking for money, the money that's in these accounts gets depleted. It's always happened with them, where it looks, you look at the GoFundMe, it's generating money. All of a sudden there's 50.
It is very exploitative, right? But I do think it is a solid counter to like Tyler's insinuation that he's stealing the money. And that's the problem with having the B conversation, right? Tyler says something about Mark is stealing the money. Mark's like, I'm not stealing the money. They're asking for the money. And nobody's having the actual question of whether or not you should be exploiting this family in the first place, which Mark and Tyler are both doing. And so Mark is defending himself against the defrauding allegations relatively well, I would say, but it still doesn't answer the exploitation question that nobody's asking him, because the only person who's asking me these questions, Tyler, is also doing the exploitation.
5,000. Oh, we're getting closer. No, you're not, because they took out 5 and they took out 6 and they took out 8 and then they took out 14, then they took out 3, and it keeps it low. It's 0 right now. It's been 0 for a few months. Larry and Betty have called me and asked me for money. I've given it to them out of my own personal bank account, not out of their GoFundMe donations, because I like helping the family. But without the ability to stop spending and start saving, we're never going to get close to that house.
Leda also seems to imply that the exclusive contract was more of an excuse to try and protect the privacy of the Whitakers from everyone who may try to contact them.
He didn't ask me. He never called me. He did call me once to ask if I give them my contact info, but I don't want to give out the contact info of everybody I interview. Yeah,
I don't believe him. No. The exclusive contract was to protect the family, not to enrich my own pockets by being the only person who has access to this family that people want to hear from. You know what I mean? Sure.
How many requests for the Whitaker contact info did we get back then?
So many. It would have ruined their life if all the people got their address.
So we have to figure out a way to.
He ruined our life because nobody would ever come to us anymore, and they'll go to these other people for these interviews and stuff. Sure, Jan.
Keep everybody from just going to the house and it becoming like a problem for them. Yeah. So I made up excuses why I'm not going to give out the contact information.
The narrative of Leda's response tends to harp on the fact that Oliveira is looking for drama, which is supported by the information that Oliveira did not ask him about the GoFundMe, despite already having contact with him and his team.
This is what these people do. He's just one of many that create these scandalous stories, and it's like, ooh, he could have easily contacted me. He says, hey, Mark, my name's Tyler. I'm doing a video on the Whitakers or on the GoFundMe. Tell me what's going on with that. And I would have said, yeah, I give them money. That would have killed his whole story.
That's right.
Because what he wanted was to make me look like I'm not giving them the money. They've gotten every single cent of any money that was ever donated. I have to pay the taxes, and everything else goes to them.
Yet, in spite of this, Leda states that he is intending to discontinue the GoFundMes, and he probably won't do any more videos with the Whitakers in the future.
But between her and Larry, there's a lot of money flowing out of that GoFundMe, and it's down to 0 now. So I'm gonna discontinue my GoFundMes for the Whitakers. I probably won't even do videos with them anymore. It's just it's left such a bad taste in my mouth after all this.
I don't think that you should set up a GoFundMe that provides the impression that people are donating money for a house with a specified target when it's actually going towards a bottomless pit of miscellaneous expenses, as that may have an effect on whether or not people donate their own personal income. Throwing money in chunks at people probably isn't going to help them if they don't have proper financial management, and it's hard for me to say that Leda didn't consider that, especially as someone who has specialized in documenting the lives of the impoverished. I can't say I really came away with a good impression of Mark from this video, just out of virtue of how he talks about himself and his mission.
Look at the Whitakers' lives. Their lives are so much better since I came into it. Their lives have improved greatly since I came into it. And the reason for that is because I'm kind.
Come on, bro. Not the white saviorism. Not the white saviorism. No, I will say, right? Seeing the way people act about GoFundMes. Right? Seeing the way people act about GoFundMes, like, if he were to, like, not give the Whitakers money and the Whitakers came out and was like, yo, he's not giving us the money that's ours, people would be equally as mad. Right? Maybe even more mad at him, if that's the case. I do understand, like, if you're saying this is a house fund and it's not being used for the house, that how people can be upset about that. But I do believe that if it was the house fund and he said, no, you can't have this money, this money's for the house, and then the Whitakers came out and told people about that, people would be also upset about that. It'd be like, it's not your money. You're not their dad. You're not their boss. You don't decide how they get to use their money or not. You know what I mean? And so it's like how it's winning to at that point.
I'm generous and I'm helpful. And when they needed help, I came through for them every single time. The fact that Betty comes on stood in front of him, his cameras, and said, when he asked what happened with the money, she goes, I don't know. Come on, Betty knows exactly where that money went.
Nevertheless, it was clear that Leda was not keeping the money for himself and wasn't defrauding the Whitakers. His perception of the GoFundMes wasn't unreasonable. He explains his rationale pretty well and states he does pay his interviewees regardless. Oliveira was an idiot for even implying that he might be taking GoFundMe money for his own purposes, and in doing so, he actually derailed productive conversation into a lopsided scandal piece. He was embarrassed and a day later hurriedly released a video himself, attempting to respond.
So I uploaded this to my video and I open-endedly asked Mark, what's going on with the GoFundMe? Where's the money? I did not accuse him of doing anything. I did not call him.
What was the implication though?
Names. I merely asked the question I myself was curious about, and thousands of other people in Mark's own channel have asked him. And I would imagine that includes many people who have donated to the cause.
In this video, Tyler states that he was just asking questions. Sure, man. And OJ was just taking the Bronco for a leisurely drive.
Any donor sending money to that GoFundMe is under the impression it is going towards the larger purchase of a home, not for random living expenses that Mark will send their way in the chunks of $4,000 to $5,000 every two weeks to a month. Now, this is a great update. Kudos to Mark for giving them the money. They are, in fact, entitled because the donors gave the Whitakers the money, not Mark. Many people are saying, I've basically ruined the relationship between them, when in reality, that's between them.
Other than raising the valid point I spoke about earlier regarding the transparency of the GoFundMes, Oliveira spends most of his time implying that Leda is fragile for ending these fundraisers, and continuing to insist that he was just asking a simple question through his video.
If me asking that question has elicited a response in which he cancels GoFundMes forever because it calls into question what? The timeline in which he intends on giving these people the money, his ethics, what's going on? Genuinely, I'm asking a very basic update question of, hey, there's a lot of people that have donated to this GoFundMe. What's going on with the money? Pure, simple, cut and dry. Mark's frustration is that I didn't email him personally, which I asked him open-endedly on the video, and we now have this update.
I love this response in particular because you can see the cogs in his head turning as he realizes he actually doesn't have a valid response as someone who is supposedly meant to be a credible investigative journalist, and he just defaults to, well, I asked publicly, which was exactly Leda's problem, dumbass.
I just asked the question of what was going on. His response is obvious frustration and the receipt showing the transfers, which that's good. Thank God he's actually sent them the money. I think that's great.
I think this easily could have been avoided if he just provided an adequate update here and there. But the people are sending him their money with the expectation that it went towards a house. They were in the dark. No one knew how this was being allocated until I asked this question.
Though probably the funniest thing about this was Tyler's commitment to continue his own GoFundMe that he pledges will actually go to a house for the Whitakers.
With that being said, I currently have a GoFundMe in the link in the description of the West Virginia video. I've donated $10,000 of my money personally. There's also a couple $1,000s in there currently raised for the Whitakers. The initial goal of combining whatever I raised with Mark's GoFundMe is now no longer obviously possible because he's given them all the money. I would imagine it's all spent.
This guy just doesn't learn. He obviously wants to use the success of the GoFundMe to prove Leda wrong, but his personal vindictiveness is clouding out the logical reality that this sort of fundraising isn't actually helping the people in this scenario. And 3 weeks later, Soft White Underbelly uploaded a video where he confronted the Whitaker family for lying about the death of a family member to siphon Mark's money for drug use.
All right. So BJ, I understand you got a drug problem. You've told me that. We all know that. That's not a secret.
What?
But for you to...
I'm not proud of what I done. I'm not.
Yeah, you're telling me there's a funeral today at 3 o'clock?
In light of this, and the fact that the GoFundMe didn't even come close to the goal, Oliveira refunded everyone and stated he had found a couple good houses, but the companies just weren't interested in working with him. Still desperately trying to twist the knife into Leda and prove it wasn't that hard to find a good place. All the same, he then states that both he and Leda were lied to, and expresses that he has donated his $10,000 to Coalfield Development, an organization that helps build Appalachian.
Wait, okay, how did the Whitakers lie? Did they claim Larry was dead and he wasn't actually dead? To take money from Mark? I'm so confused. I feel like I'm getting pieces of the story. Tyler always poses himself as a journalist with the simple curiosity rather than the political propagandist who asks these questions with the agenda he actually is. Yeah. Really? He was like, they were like, yeah, no, Larry's dead. Give us money for the funeral. And he wasn't actually dead? That's a crazy lie to tell, I'm gonna be real.
Infrastructure. It's a good thing that he decided to actually donate that money to a worthy cause, but it also came at the expense of his credibility on the matter. This isn't the first time he's donated money to charity to deflect from his own ineptitude at handling his poorly thought out decisions. It seems his inability to separate his personal sentiments were interfering more and more in his ability to carry out fair coverage of these social issues, costing him even more credibility. And like many who lose credibility, the only solution is to go further into fanaticism. Throughout this video, we've touched upon Tyler's nature to respond to criticism with a distinct lack of grace, particularly when it came to the Soft White Underbelly saga. But little can really emphasize how Tyler's journalistic mask slips when he's called out for what is often valid criticism. Well, little other than a well-placed feature from another creator. I think this is the perfect time to introduce my first guest for today. Allow me to call on the very talented and entertaining Ghost Gum to illuminate just how tragic Tyler's handling of even the most mildest backlash has been, and what it may say about his character. The floor is yours, my friend.
You know, if you're gonna be a degenerate, opportunistic, clickbaiting grifter who LARPs as a, quote, unbiased journalist, you need to have a thick skin, because you're gonna get criticized a lot. And Tyler's skin is thinner than tissue paper. Now, we've already covered the Soft White Underbelly situation where Tyler tried to destroy Mark's reputation just because he wouldn't give him the Whitaker's contact information. But another situation people forget about is this one here.
This morning I woke up to a copyright claim, a complete video takedown, and a strike on my channel for a 4-second clip of a 33-minute documentary we made in Hawaii.
Now for context, Tyler is having a meltdown because he claims that another YouTuber named Nick Johnson falsely copyright struck one of his videos because he used, quote, 4 seconds of Nick's footage from this video, which is complete bullshit. By the way, according to Nick, Tyler used multiple clips.
NC State. I went to NC State, chat. That was one of my 3 universities.
from his video.
About a week ago, I got a notification that a lot of my content was being used in one of his Hawaii videos. So I looked at his video and I was like, yes, there's my stuff all over your video. You didn't ask me. So I put out a claim on YouTube and said that he needs to take that out of his video.
So after getting the copyright strike, Tyler emailed Nick and tried to resolve the situation, but 30 minutes later he sent another email saying, actually, go fuck yourself. I'm taking your ass to court.
Now, the YouTuber who copyright claims my video does very similar content. I've watched a lot of his videos. I enjoy some of them. There's no beef I thought we had. There's no beef I thought we had.
There's no beef I thought we had.
But this is not fair use in the way Tyler thinks it is.
Because it's fair use, and even he knew that. The piece we put out is journalistic in nature, it's educational, it's news, it's showing what's going on out there, and it's...
I mean, you still can't use a bunch of other people's content, unfortunately. That's not just how that works.
Protected under the 1976 fair use doctrine of copyright law.
Which Tyler did none of these things. He claimed he transformed the clip, but just because you put a clip in your video doesn't make it transformative. He didn't actually transform shit. He just slapped it in his video and then pretended like he was the one who filmed it. I think one of the comments under this video sums it up incredibly well. While I think Nick's actions are very unfair and I do not agree with them, this might be a difficult case to win. If you used his footage without permission, that is a breach of copyright. If it was a 4-second shot that he spent thousands of dollars to get, for example, footage of a rare animal in an exotic location, then he would be pretty mad that someone just downloaded it and put it in their video. There are scenarios where people spend hundreds of thousands of dollars for a 4-second shot of very unique things. It is a very tough situation, and I think that's very well put. Now, would I file a claim over this? Probably not. Nick literally flew to Hawaii and spent time and effort to get this footage that Tyler just stole, slapped his name on it, and passed it off as his own. Like, I'm sure if Tyler put Nick's channel in the corner of the screen or some sort of watermark, this wouldn't be an issue. So yeah, I really don't think that whole crash out was necessary, but it's really not surprising. For somebody who makes such provocative and edgy videos, you think he could give it as much as he takes it. But this is maybe the most sensitive man on the planet.
He is pretty sensitive, I will be real.
Look at how he reacted when random people, by the way, I want to emphasize that, criticized him for speaking Spanish poorly. To those bitching about my broken Spanish, how was I supposed to know that illegal immigrants don't speak a lick of English? I'm obligated to go learn their native tongue and they aren't obligated to learn mine? The fuck out of here. This is America. Like, dude, these are just random commenters. I don't know why you're getting so mad. And this is far from the only example. I think this video has made it abundantly clear that Tyler is a shitty journalist. So naturally, he gets criticized a lot on Twitter for being a shitty journalist. And whenever someone criticizes him, Tyler uses this classic line or something similar to it. Actually, I go out and talk with people while you sit at home, which is just such Socratic logic. I don't even know if I should attempt to engage with this argument because it's so bulletproof. This is a tweet from the YouTuber Mr. Beat, who I think summed up Tyler's shtick pretty well. Based on all the videos...
I hate Mr. Beat too. I'm sorry. I don't like a lot of people involved with this. Oh, wait. Okay, pause. CEO of TikTok has responded to the Supreme Court ruling.
Hi everyone, it's Show here. As you know, we have been fighting to protect the constitutional right to free speech for the more than 170
Is it Mr. Beast, the lib dude? Yes.
million Americans who use our platform every day to connect, create, discover, and achieve their dreams. On behalf of everyone at TikTok and all our users across the country, I want to thank President Trump for his commitment to work with us.
How could you fumble this bad? You're going to make an entire generation of like liberal freaking 17-year-olds who already weren't pro-Trump before, because a lot of them are pro-Trump now. Or at least anti the Democratic Party.
To find a solution that keeps TikTok available in the United States. This is a strong stand for the First Amendment and against arbitrary censorship. As we've said, TikTok is a place where people can create communities.
I thought this was a comment for a second when my eyes unfocused.
Discover new interests and express themselves, including over 7 million American businesses who earn a living and gain new customers using our platform. We are grateful and pleased to have the support of a president who truly understands our platform, one who has used TikTok to express his own thoughts and perspectives, connecting with the world and generating more than 60 billion views of his content in the process. To all American users, thank you for making our TikTok community such a rich and vibrant space, for surprising and delighting us every day. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to ensure our platform thrives as your online home for limitless creativity and discovery, as well as a source of inspiration and joy for years to come. Thank you. More to come. Hi, everyone.
Democrats are going to single-handedly make the next generation one of the most pro-Trump ones in existence in history.
The show here, as you know.
Oh, what a fumble! What an L.
Of his I've watched, Tyler doesn't seem to.
They love to lose. They do love to lose, Brown.
Care about finding out the truth. He's not even trying to find out the story. The story is already in his mind before he goes to film, and how he frames a story warps the truth. Your impartiality has been hijacked by your obsession with a particular truth existing. I went out for there and looked for it. You tweeted this from your couch. We are different. I don't think going to a place makes you an infallible authority on that place. Just for the record. And I think Tyler's proof that sometimes it's the opposite. You can go to a place and still have no idea what you're talking about and learn nothing. And I just want to close this segment with my own kind of personal experience with Tyler. A few months ago, my brother Dan Tavius posted this hilarious based meme, which of course did numbers. Tyler wasn't too happy about that.
170 million Americans who
He crashed out a meme, which of course
I investigated town that forced you to have sex with men. I'm legally gay now. That's pretty funny. A funny meme.
Of course did numbers. Tyler wasn't too happy about that. He crashed out and made this long ass tweet calling Dan Tavius and Vince, two of my good friends, YouTube video essayists who tell you how to think and what to think. Do not travel the world talking to real life people, see what I'm talking about here, with different perspectives than them. They photosynthesize blue light and seed oils into 8-hour-long slot reviews of Garfield. They are the latest step in human evolution, a humanoid mass born out of the hive mind of Twitter that echoes what they think their audience wants to hear. That is the most faux deep nonsense thing I've ever read. You think by phrasing it like this, you're saying a lot, but he's actually just saying nothing here.
Thank you, Ghost Gum. I'll leave his channel in the description below and would encourage you to check him out. He's an incredibly entertaining creator who always has something of value to say. The same can't be said for Tyler Oliveira, who seemed to only be venturing further into partisan territory. The situation with Mark Leda and his responses to general criticism highlighted Tyler's own shallowness and inability to actually provide useful solutions for people facing hardship. If anything, it was a wake-up call for Tyler that hard-hitting scandal pieces don't really work when there simply wasn't a scandal, and that the people you sought to attack could respond and point out your own flaws and dishonesty. What was Tyler to do with this wisdom? Would he merely attempt to cater to a less critical audience who would look past his content's shortcomings? Or would he actually try to change it? I don't need to complete this question. You already know exactly what he chose. And there was the perfect opportunity waiting for him to make the most of that evolution.
Bing, 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 bing. Minnesota!
Minnesota!
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence.
The quadrennial U.S. presidential election is probably
Minnesota!
one of the most widely covered recurring events in international media, and probably the most covered event in America. And why wouldn't it be? It's only maybe the most influential job in the world. The last US president to not win Time Person of the Year was Gerald Ford in the 1970s, and his bitch ass didn't even win an election. With so much at stake every 4 years, journalistic integrity is at the heart of the coverage of these elections. Given the increasing distrust in mainstream media and pervasive narrative narratives of fake news and election interference.
You are fake news.
Having reporters on the front line and not afraid to confront these matters is more necessary now than ever. And with the recent scandals and criticisms behind him, Tyler Oliveira was ready to be that frontline journalist. But how did he perform?
Who are you voting for?
Suck my balls!
Oh,
shit. Well, friends, this is where I think I should introduce my second guest for today's video. He's been creating great content on infamous criminals over on his channel, but today he's taking a break from the stupidly morbid to talk about the morbidly stupid, as he looks at Tyler's use of the election and ensuing political tension to influence the masses with his representation of modern-day America. Take it away, Vince.
Excuse me for my congested sinuses. I live near LA. The wildfires are going on. I've gotten sick from it, so excuse my congested sounding voice. Now, in the age of fake news and disinformation, Tyler Oliveira has taken the chalice to be the purveyor of truth in a world rampant with fake news and misinformation. Now, as a real journalist documentarian, you would expect Tyler to at least get the facts right. I mean, hell, that's the bare minimum of journalism, right? I mean, Tyler would never publish a story that he hadn't
What if Tyler just calls himself entertainment and not news, like Fox News does?
Done the most basic fact-checking on, right? Now, in Tyler's investigative reports documenting the decay within these cities, oftentimes in the cities he visits, it's not as crazy as he would like it to be. While the crime does happen and sometimes they're not good places to live, when Tyler holds up that camera and films around, he doesn't see the violence and crime. So to amplify his videos and justify the claims made in them, Tyler will show news clips from that city to inform the viewer of the reality of this town.
That's me in the trenches of St. Louis, the most dangerous city in America.
And these news clips are always from that city, right? I mean, hell, if he couldn't even get the facts right just on that, I mean, could you really trust anything the guy's saying when fake news is running rampant? Now, in Tyler's video, I investigated the most dangerous city in America, St. Louis, Missouri. Now, Tyler's talking to a local and he's saying how many fights break out and how there's some real bad people on the St. Louis Metrolink.
You feel safe out here?
You can't even ride the Metrolink to work.
You can't ride the Metro?
No, there's always trouble. Always they rolling weed, smoking and drinking, and there's some bad Metrolink.
So then Tyler shows this clip of a violent robbery going down in the St. Louis Metro. But this clip isn't of a Metrolink. Hell, it's not even from St. Louis, Missouri. It's from Brooklyn, New York, 3 years ago.
Gasp!
But, maybe this is just a mistake. I mean, in the original video, Tyler clearly doctored the footage to hide the Manhattan sign right there. I mean, that has to be just a mistake, right? Totally not intentional. But let's just go later on in this video. Now, Tyler's talking to a local and he states how he has been robbed 2 times in the St. Louis Metrolink. Tyler then shows this clip of a guy with a gun getting robbed in the middle of a Metrolink, but this clip isn't even of a Metrolink.
The guy with the gun getting robbed? Bro, that's sick. W.
Hell, it's not even from St. Louis.
Gasp.
It's from Chicago 5 years ago. But maybe this is just a mistake. Let's continue on. Now, in Tyler's video, I investigated the most violent city in America. Tyler goes to Memphis, Tennessee, and in the beginning, he shows the violence and the decay going on. And Tyler shows this clip to show us how bad Memphis is.
This is Memphis, the most violent city in America.
And it's a robbery at a gas station. Wow, that seems absolutely insane. But this clip isn't from Memphis, Tennessee.
No.
It's from Chicago. And
Gasp.
Tyler even goes out of his way to edit out the Chicago Police Department logo in the corner.
Gasp.
Now, normally this wouldn't really be a big deal, but when Tyler's calling himself a journalist, documentarian, purveyor of the truth, and you're doctoring footage to this degree, I would say that's not an accurate representation of what's going on. Now, beyond doctoring footage to amplify the violence, Tyler sometimes uses news clips to justify wild claims made in his video. Now, in Tyler's Oakland Where Every Crime is Legal video, Oakland, California, Tyler and his journalist friend state how Oakland is so bad that kids as young as 7 years old have guns.
I don't know why we're being followed when there's no doubt criminal activity left, right, and center.
A lot of the kids have guns now, so when I'm walking around, I'm not looking for some 25-year-old guy with a gun.
Watch out for 13-year-olds out here?
I'm looking for 7-year-olds with guns.
That's an insane claim. So Tyler then shows this clip of a teen in trouble to justify that statement that kids have guns in Oakland, and it's so bad that it's even on the news. But this clip isn't from Oakland. It's from Miami, Florida, 2 years ago. maybe that's just a mistake. Miami and Oakland, that kind of sound familiar. Let's continue. Let's go to a different video. New Orleans. I investigated the murder capital of America. Now here, Tyler's guide is talking about...
Why did he censor the magazine and not the gun itself? Honestly, it's probably the AI is doing.
I investigated the murder capital of America. Now here, Tyler's guide is talking about how the kidnappings and carjackings have gone up in a huge amount in New Orleans. Sounds pretty scary. So to justify this claim, Tyler then shows this clip, and it looks pretty scary, I'm not gonna lie, that looks pretty wild. But this clip isn't from New Orleans.
What?
Hell, it's not even from the United States.
What?
It's from Albania.
Gasp!
And there are dozens of examples of Tyler doing this in all of his videos. Now, we could go through it all day long, but frankly, I don't want to bore you. But if Tyler can't even fact check at the most basic level, making sure the clips you're using of that city are from that city, what else would Tyler mess up? A journalist would never use Photoshop and AI-generated images to fabricate things that never happened.
Okay, I can't even play dumb on this one. This is literally all he does. All of his thumbnails are just AI-generated.
Them off as truth, right? Let's go to Tyler's Germany video. Now here he talks to the AFD, he visits a peaceful protest, a counter-protest, it all seems very mild. But if you look at the thumbnail, you would expect there to be Klansmen in robes, Heil Hitler signs, swastika flags, which are illegal to fly in Germany, to be in that video. Now, if Tyler's claiming to be a journalist, why would he use things that have never happened in the video as the thing to get people to click on the video? Is that really documenting the truth? I mean, let's go to his Jamaica video. Now, in the video, it's pretty peaceful, nothing's crazy. Wow, Jamaica seems like a great place to go. But the thumbnail would give you a completely different image. We see a caricature of a Rastafarian man, mind you, a religion of peace and nonviolence, holding an AR-15 with spent casings on the ground, and the islands being set on fire.
I didn't even pick up the casings, honestly.
Do we see this in the video?
Gasp!
Never. Once again, I would just say, is that really documenting truth, the reality? So if Tyler can't get the thumbnails right, and he also can't even get his own footage that he uses in his videos right, I mean, Tyler would never get the entire story wrong, right? Now let's go to his video, Inside the Ohio Town Invaded by Cat-Eating Haitians. Now this was a politically charged issue that really stood for the larger issue of immigration. So I would say the facts really matter. And when this story was growing, Tyler went down to Springfield, Ohio, interviewed a bunch of people and asked them if the Haitians are eating the cats. And Tyler shows 2 pieces of evidence of the Haitians eating the cats. So we see this clip, it's body cam footage.
Rumors of them eating the neighbor's cats and local geese.
What did you do? Why'd you kill the cat? Did you eat that cat? Did you eat it?
But unfortunately, this clip was debunked. It's of an American citizen on a psychotic breakdown eating a cat from a completely different city. And this was debunked way before Tyler put out his video. What about the other piece of evidence? Tyler shows this picture of a black man holding 2 geese, and without knowing what the image is about, Tyler says the man is Haitian. Which, there's no way in hell he could even know that.
Well, I've seen a video of a guy getting a Canadian goose, a Haitian dude.
But this picture was also debunked. It was a picture of an American citizen picking up roadkill on the side of the road. So Tyler's 2 big pieces of evidence that he uses to justify asking all of these people are the Haitians eating the cats were debunked. Now, the one thing Tyler never said in this video was the main fact, the biggest fact of this story, and that there were no credible claims by the police, the mayor, and even the state that anyone was eating the cat.
But if you really think about it, Donald Trump said it. And what's his face? The vice president. You know his name. Scary looking dude, small head, small face, like JD Vance. JD Vance also said it happened, so it must have happened. Don't worry, I figured it out. Man, that guy's so forgettable. I don't even know what he's doing. Oops. What? I skipped ahead.
The core of that video. That's not what it's about. It's about demography shift.
Well, let's see how many times Tyler asked people, are the Haitians eating the cats?
Haitian immigrants flooded into town with rumors of them eating the neighbor's cats.
Haitians are eating cats.
Are these Haitians eating cats?
Haitians are taking neighbors' cats and eating. The Haitians are eating the neighbor's cats. Rumors of neighbor's cats going missing, getting eaten. Haitians eating the neighbor's cats. Haitians taking cats. Are they eating cats? Haitians are kidnapping the neighbor's cats and eating them.
Again, no cat
cat eating.
Cats are getting kidnapped? Is that true?
I believe it. Like, I've heard rumors about them taking the geese and killing them.
I wouldn't be surprised though, because we used to have a lot of cats around here.
¿Es cierto que personas comen los gatos o no? Bonjour.
You got a cat right beside you.
Noel, I've seen a video of a guy getting a Canadian goose, a Haitian dude.
We've lost a whole bunch of cats. There was a van pulled over that had over 100 cats in it with the Haitians. They said they was eating them.
Actually?
Yeah.
Not fake news.
Not fake news.
Tyler's thumbnail. We have Haitian people, whatever, holding cats running around with flames. And even the title, the Ohio town invaded by cat-eating Haitians. This entire video was about spreading a baseless conspiracy theory as just asking questions with no credible evidence. And the biggest piece of evidence that there was none, Tyler never says it in his video. I wonder why. Now, when Tyler was called out about all this stuff, he blamed all of these little B-roll mistakes on basically his editor. When it came down to the thumbnails, Tyler said, these are statistical representations of what's going on in these places. And then when Tyler's called out about getting an entire story wrong, Tyler just went to the whole thing, well, I'm just asking questions. So in Tyler's eyes, this is how the video goes. The thumbnail isn't actually what goes on, but the video inside is really what's happening. Trust me on that. But then the video inside uses videos from random cities all across the country. So don't believe every video, but trust me, we did our fact checking on this one. And then the entire story, yes, but just believe that. Even though there's no credible evidence, just take my word for it, man. It's really going on. And I guess in Tyler's eyes, that's journalism.
Thank you, my man. I'm going to leave Vince Vintage's channel down in the description below. He's recently released his own expose on Tyler, in fact, where he goes into a lot more depth about the true lengths Oliveira goes to for content. Would highly recommend checking it out if you haven't already. He makes great content, and he's a great guy. The same can't be said about Tyler Oliveira, who, since recognizing that you can foster an uncritical audience if your talking points are extreme enough, is not even attempting to hide his blatant bias or lack of research. Whereas in the past, his content may have possessed occasional dog whistles to the far right, now it just contains whistles. It's hard to choose from all the content that selects various minorities to scapegoat, but I thought we'd head over to Britain for Oliveira's coverage of an unashamedly controversial figure.
Overly aggressive, jumping around like he was going to do something. The only person you pushed was a woman. No, you was, mate. We'll show you the footage later. So you come here very aggressively, you got over.
This is Tommy Robinson, a dude so far right that notoriously right-wing politician Nigel Farage once called him a thug. Robinson has incited multiple incidents of violence, some against children, and rioting through the misinformation that he's spread, which isn't even covered under free speech in America. He's also stalked multiple people and literally turned up at their houses, just full-on sniper wolf style, and that is only scratching at the surface.
Bro, I'm outside. I'm outside.
This. Is Tommy Robinson a far-right Islamophobic racist? Or
yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is he a brave journalist speaking up on real issues the mainstream media refuses to acknowledge?
At the time that Oliveira uploaded this video, Robinson was in jail again for repeating provable false allegations he already admitted to, including a fake photograph against a 15-year-old refugee who faced vicious harassment following Robinson's libel.
The far-right activist was supposed to be at the High Court this morning, but failed to turn up. And now the government says he's left Britain altogether. The case involves a Syrian child refugee, Jamal Hijazi, who went viral in 2018 after being attacked at his Huddersfield school. Hijazi sued Robinson 3 years later for falsely claiming he'd attacked 2 girls. Hijazi won the case.
I found tired for a while because of Carter. I think there's a few internet creators that make me as angry as he does, and the Oakland almost exploded.
And the court banned Tommy Robinson from repeating the allegations. But last year, Robinson released a film called
He did it anyway?
Called Silenced, and gave 3 interviews in which it's been alleged that he repeated the same false claims.
However, in the recent video, England, where free speech is illegal, Oliveira attempts to evangelize Robinson and his alleged struggles against the state, referring to a recent situation involving the tragic murder of 3 young girls and the following rioting everything that took place. This video features basically a great replacement narrative, and the idea that Tommy Robinson was a pioneer in speaking out against the evils of Islam, and what he believed to be their grooming gangs. The whole image of Robinson is absurdly misguided, and
jail. Throw this man in jail. Drake, thank you. I'll be right back.
Only seeks to satisfy the warped perceptions of his own followers.
Tommy is referring to the now infamous grooming gangs, where thousands of non-Muslim girls across England every year are targeted on the basis of being white, referred to as easy meat by mostly Pakistani men who would get them hooked onto drugs and then sex traffic them. Tommy's cousin was a victim of these gangs. The British police didn't do anything despite knowing about the rapes, and the media would not acknowledge or report on the story out of fear that they would be called racist or Islamophobic. Tommy was, in essence, the first person to vocally speak up against these gangs.
This would be true if you just ignore.
Wait, why are the question marks? Wait, what happened?
On the police didn't do anything despite knowing about the rapes. His cousin, Pakistani men, are targeted infamous
warped perceptions of his own followers.
Tommy is referring to the now infamous grooming gangs, where thousands of non-Muslim girls across England every year are targeted on the basis of being white, referred to as easy meat by mostly Pakistani men who would get them hooked onto drugs and then sex traffic them. Tommy's cousin was a victim of these gangs. The British police didn't do anything despite knowing about the rapes, and the media would not acknowledge or report on the story out of fear that they would be called racist or Islamophobic. Tommy was, in essence, the first person to vocally speak up against these gangs.
This would be true if you just ignored the many people, organizations, and charities who did actually speak out about them before Robinson came along. People who did research, brought light to these issues, and in many cases provided the building blocks for convictions that came after. Robinson didn't even speak out about it until after convictions were made, and he saw an agenda he could reap.
Now, you know, if we're going to be really honest, the people that have exposed scandals throughout the country is survivors contacting the media. And when you get people such as, you know, Britain's First or Tommy Robinson and other people saying, well, actually, we exposed Rotherham and we exposed other places. Well, no, you didn't.
This is what people like Robinson do. In 2004, a filmmaker who was trying to shed light on these exact issues in a documentary film had her work hijacked by the British National Party, another far-right political movement who wanted to take her coverage and turn it into a party political broadcast, which then in turn led to various campaign groups to protest it. The film's airing was nearly cancelled entirely, and in the end aired at a later date, many years before Robinson would publicly jump on the cause. It's very possible that the involvement of the far right has interfered with these stories being brought to light, and in the past, Tommy has almost done that himself. In 2018, he almost collapsed an ongoing trial by live streaming outside the court during a reporting ban.
Look at that bus.
This guy kind of sucks, chat.
His supporters were mad that he was being punished for speaking out, not recognizing that you can't sequester juries in the UK, and therefore a defense could use any interference to let potential child rapists walk free. The reporting ban was raised after the jury reached their verdicts. If Tommy had just waited, then he would have been able to rant all he wanted after the trial. Of course, if criminals had walked free, then Tommy would have had even more to be mad about, and more to tweet to his followers, and all the more reason to court their funds.
See what these are? You obviously understand what these are.
What are these?
These are diversity barriers.
These?
Well, they're to stop terrorist attacks.
It's real?
I'm not joking. They're diversity barriers. This will go straight back up now, and these are to stop cars coming through and mowing everyone down.
Okay.
And we have these in every town centre. You know, our Christmas markets now are literally just entire things like this, fortified to get anywhere near the Christmas market because they.
Why does he call them diversity barriers? Right, he's getting mad at bollards?
Expect cars to come flying into them.
There's a traffic calming measure for pedestrianized areas, Tommy. Like the bollards allow freight and bulk goods to come in and out, but also allow for the area to be predominantly walkable? Come on, guys, you have to know this.
Is that road we just drove down, walk through there, and that is a microcosm of the future of Great Britain. Yeah, it's Islamic.
I'm just here to explain to you as an American, these centres are opened in every one of our towns, and the purpose of these centres, which are funded by our local Labour councils, is to convert the town to Islam. So the local Labour political party, which is your Democrat party...
But like, even if that was the case, right, is it not like a part of religious freedom to allow people to have religious organizations that allow people who are interested in joining them a chance to learn about them? Right? Would he be equally mad at a building that said like find Jesus or something, or learn about Jesus here? Like it's the same thing essentially, and that's the part of religious freedom, is that even if you don't practice that religion, it's their right in order to have or be able to talk to people who are interested in talking to people about that, you know?
Are funding the conversion of the town into an Islamic ghetto like this.
He's just a liar. It's almost funny how much he's stringing Tyler along, but Tyler...
In any Western custody, bring this guy all over the U.S. when U.S. literally did fund Salafist Muslim centers all over the world, and America did help contact and train terrorists like those in 9/11. Just an interesting fact. I mean, they did do that. This is true. I mean, consistent things. We fund the rebel groups in certain areas that then turn around and then use their arming and training against the United States. And they're dark and they're different than us. Like, I can't let them practice. They don't want religious freedoms. They want Christianity.
Doesn't care because Tommy and Tyler are united in their mission. They need struggle, they need crime, they need disorder, they need stuff to rile people up about. They need people to scapegoat, because if we did actually have a solution and working system, then
I mean, it's the same thing, right? Whether you like it or not, like that's what religious freedom is. It allowed people a chance to express their religion, and it can't be only my religion is the one that can be expressed, because that's not what freedom is.
They'd both be out of a job. It's indicative
of
how...
I don't know if like Tommy Robinson is like a huge like religious like Christian or whatever. I just know that he's Islamophobic. He's directly like against like Islam specifically. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you do find people who are Christians who are also like super Islamophobic, and also times you find like atheists who are, equally as Islamophobic, but on like different grounds,
How far Tyler has fallen, given that he was never really that good in the first place, but this content is dangerous at a certain point. Reactionary talking points backed up by selective interviews designed to tell a one-sided story, and he knows exactly who he's appealing to.
Pegida means patriotic Europeans against Islamization of the West. We are fighting 10 years now against Islamization, which is taking over all over Europe. But in the meantime, in these 10 years, there came more themes and more themes. We are now fighting against these crazy genderism and as well.
Less than a year back, if you went to one of his comment sections on his videos, you'd at least see some compassion for the subject. Now, you just see genuinely unhinged commenters basically saying out loud what Tyler spends the whole video inferring. You may not be your audience, but if you find yourself with an audience who parrot crime rate talking points like the KKK talk about African Americans, then I think you may have something to do with fostering that. I don't know.
I want to put a knee on your chest for 13 minutes. Tell me what that would do to you without a thing in your system. Tell me. You think you could do 13 minutes without no oxygen?
This is where I was planning to end the video, deliver a nice, tasty conclusion, and send all of you on your merry way. But before I could reach this point, Tyler had just one last surprise in store for me, and oh my god, he decided to cover George Floyd. Of all the videos to release as I was writing this, he chose George Floyd? I mean, I can't ignore it, but I think I'm gonna need some more backup on this one. My third and final guest for today has already made a couple Tyler videos, so he's probably just as tired as I am, but I'm hoping that, like Vince Carter, he has one more in him. Viewers, supporters, and haters, allow me to introduce Saji Sharma, covering Tyler Oliveira, covering George Floyd.
Oh, Lord,
yeah, go for it, Saji.
Thank you, Jay. For not only...
We covered it. Wait, is his name actually Jay? I thought his name was just Strawberry. I've never heard anybody call him Jay. That's pretty funny.
Trusting me with the last segment of this video, but for also giving me another opportunity to talk shit about Tyler Oliveira. I will take as many of those as I can. And I mean, for Christ's sake, Tyler's trying to debunk George Floyd's murder in the year 2024. He's just asking for it at this point. But before we even get into the video itself, in true Tyler fashion, we gotta look at the thumbnail and title, which in this case, the title is I investigated George Floyd's murder, with murder being in quotations. Tyler's vetted unbiased journalism, everybody. And the thumbnail, which has a mural of George Floyd and rows of police officers bowing in front of it, which clearly this is some kind of AI-generated image. Tyler loves those. But now the video looks more interesting, because I don't know what stance Tyler's going to take. I mean, have you heard about the epidemic of police officers in mass mourning over George Floyd? Because I certainly haven't, and I'd love to hear more about that. Well, you may be a little disappointed to find out that that's not what the video's about. God, Tyler got us again. No, this video is about a conspiracy surrounding the cause of George Floyd's death. Who would have thought Tyler would stoop so low? Me, I did. This video is almost an hour long, and it really only needs to be 10 minutes maybe. The conspiracy, also, isn't even a new one, which would have been so much more entertaining. Tyler doesn't think police officer Derek Chauvin killed George Floyd. Instead, he thinks that George Floyd died due to an overdose in already exemplary heart conditions. Now, this video is terribly easy to debunk because of all of the overwhelming evidence and information in support of the former and already fact-checked claim that George Floyd was murdered by Derek Chauvin. But I want to wait to go over that, because there's arguably more important things to be said about Tyler's continuing trend of borderline promotional advertising in his journalism videos. Although Tyler tries to paint it like both possible causes of George Floyd's death could be plausible, so it's time to do some investigative work and find out the truth. If you're familiar with Tyler Oliveira's work even a little bit, you would know that he's already decided which side he believes. Not only does he subtly give it away.
He's on our side, chat. If you really think about it, he's like, man, what these left-wing people or like normal people think that George Floyd was murdered because of his, you know, being deprived of oxygen and being kneeled on his neck by Derek Chauvin. That's what it was. That's what he believes, I'm sure. I'm sure. That's what it is. Thank you very much.
When his ears
Eddie Slim, thank you very much.
Perk up and his eyes widen after he runs into strangers that happen to agree with his political beliefs.
It's all a joke.
It's all a joke?
Yep.
In what sense?
He overdosed.
He overdosed on the fentanyl?
But he also blatantly gives it away by outright promoting an alt-right conspiracy-fueled documentary called The Fall of Minneapolis.
Given that the only time I'd seen the police body cam footage in full and dissected at length in a documentary titled The Fall of Minneapolis.
That's right. Revealed halfway through this video, Tyler just straight up shows us his hand, which, you know, he tends to do a lot. Just explicitly, without shame, indirectly admits that the video is a complete puff piece. Created by Liz Collins of Alpha News, a conservative news outlet, which you probably could have gathered by their name. The Fall of Minneapolis is a documentary dissecting the body footage and autopsy report of the George Floyd incident. This documentary paints itself like it's revealing all of this top secret footage and information that big government doesn't want you to see. Even though everything shown in The Fall of Minneapolis was indeed presented in the Chauvin trial itself. And essentially, all of Liz Collins' points end up mimicking the same defense of Chauvin's own.
When are you going to mention the fact that Liz Collins is literally the wife of the former police union president? That was a pretty funny part that I mentioned there.
Attorney. Tyler spends the rest of this video interviewing Liz.
But no, I won't say anything.
Collins along with her husband, who, of course, is the former president of the Minneapolis Police Union, Bob Kroll.
Who, in 2020, came to be known by the public as Bob KK Kroll.
Which, if you don't know who he is, let's run down a list of fun things he's done in his career, which includes, but is not limited to, the fact that he engaged in excessive force against community members and was named in a number of civil suits, was reported by his own fellow officers for calling calling U.S. Representative Keith Ellison, the first Muslim in Congress, a terrorist. In 2007,
Allegedly.
he was sued for racial discrimination by 5 black officers, one of whom later became the police chief. And a year later, in 2008, he was suspended along with a fellow officer for beating a man in the street and then having him arrested on false charges.
Allegedly. Listen. We all make mistakes. Who among us has not had numerous instances of misconduct and racial agitation against us? Who among us, sussy among us?
Out of uniform and without identifying themselves as police. I could keep going, but I think I've proven my point here. The nickname Bob KKK Kroll is beyond fit.
Bob KK Kroll. Only 2 Ks, because the 3rd K is in the Kroll.
And in fact, I think it's tame. Now, the main claims that are made in this video are shared with the documentary, in that we're basically watching an advertisement for the documentary. Nothing about the original talking points are altered or challenged really at all. Tyler is a puppet transfixed by enlightenment and is blindly regurgitating skewed and incorrect talking points. Liz Collins' main argument is that George Floyd overdosed and that he had pre-existing health complications.
3 times the lethal limit of fentanyl in his system, methamphetamine. He has very large organs, blockage in his heart. He has a paraganglioma, which is a tumor in his hip. He's been described to me as, sadly, kind of a ticking time bomb.
Right, yeah, okay, so he was just gonna die anyway? The point here that they're trying to make is that these causes are completely separate and independent from anything Derek Chauvin did. But there is really no evidence that drug use or health complications were the main factors in George Floyd's death. Liz here, and subsequently Tyler as well, really highlight the fact that George had drugs in his system, emphasizing that there were lethal amounts of fentanyl and methamphetamine found in his toxicology report. However, Liz used the term lethal in a very objective manner.
3 times the lethal limit of fentanyl in his system, methamphetamine. He has...
When how lethal a substance is varies entirely from person to person. In a Reuters article fact-checking the evidence for drug overdose in the cause of George Floyd's death, Peter T. Lynn, a forensic and general autopsy pathologist who co-authored a study on the reliability of post-mortem fentanyl levels when determining the cause of death, says that there is no such thing as a fatal drug concentration, because many other factors must be considered beyond the post-mortem drug concentration.
So you're telling me that Liz was lying to me? She would never, though.
Lynn said. An important concept in cause of death determination is that multiple potential causes may be present, and it is the job of the certifying medical examiner to sort through those potential causes and choose a primary cause and or multiple contributory causes. In support of their own claim, Liz Collins references Dr. Andrew Baker, a pathologist brought to testify during the trial, who stated that George Floyd had severe underlying heart disease, which therefore affected his death. But even in the clip that Tyler uses in his video, Dr. Baker clarifies that even still, the law enforcement's subdual of George Floyd was the initial catalyst.
Now, in the context of an altercation with other people that involves things like physical restraint, that involves things like being held to the ground, that involves things like the pain that you would incur from having your cheek up against the asphalt, an abrasion on your shoulder, those events are going to cause stress hormones to pour out into your body, specifically things like adrenaline. And what that adrenaline is going to do is it's going to ask your heart to beat faster. It's going to ask your body for more oxygen so that you can get through that altercation. And in my opinion, the law enforcement subdual, restraint, and the neck compression was just more than Mr. Floyd could take by virtue of those heart conditions.
He even states in the same trial, in a clip that Tyler decided to leave out of the video entirely, that his heart disease did not cause the subdual or the neck restraint.
Mr.
Have you
Floyd,
considered my vibes tell me otherwise?
use of fentanyl did not cause the subdual or neck restraint. His heart disease did not cause the the subdual or the neck restraint.
Without those two things, done by Derek Chauvin and the other officers, Mr. Floyd would not have died, he testified.
But of course, these people think that Chauvin's neck restraint was actually the correct thing to do. In fact, Liz Collin believes that Chauvin did nothing wrong and actually used the proper police technique to hold and pin down George Floyd, called the maximal restraint technique. And Liz tries to paint it like no one's heard about this or known of its existence because 2 pages were mysteriously missing from the Minnesota handbook.
Not only that, but it's very early, within the first couple of days, that I noticed that there are 2 pages that are mysteriously missing from the police training manual.
Which I don't know how you would prove that. This is an online PDF manual anyone can download and access at any time. And how did you know 2 of the 700 pages were missing? As much as
I noticed. So, I get her. Listen, Liz. Don't listen to these people. Listen to me. All right? I understand you. Only I really understand you. That's all I'll say.
She's trying to make it seem Liz Collin was not the first person to uncover the secret, hidden Minneapolis Police Department training manual. The proper technique use was actually a big point of contention during the trial. And on top of that, the manual itself specifies the maximal restraint technique shall only be used in situations where handcuffed subjects are combative and still pose a threat to themselves, officers, or others, or could cause significant damage property if not properly restrained. There is even direct instruction to place the subject in the recovery position to alleviate positional asphyxia. Dr. Martin Tobin, a pulmonologist that testified during the trial, stated that George Floyd died of asphyxia. The same asphyxia the manual directly instructs on how to avoid. If you're interested in
what I hate about this discussion is like it's so removed from Tyler Oliveira himself that like now you have to like debunk like George Floyd conspiracy theories because Tyler Oliveira is like perpetuating people who have perpetuated those conspiracy theories. And so in order to explain why that's bad, you have to then debunk those conspiracy theories that have already been debunked 2 years ago. And he's just like, he can just be like, well, I didn't say it. You know what I mean? I get all sides of the argument.
Covering more of the BS Liz Collin and Alpha News spew in their documentary, because there is a lot. I recommend checking out Dina Winter's thorough review. She does a great job fact-checking and uncovering all of the manipulative points and false claims made. I'll let Jay know to leave it in the description for you. So, okay, Derek Chauvin incorrectly executed an unnecessary training technique, which factually overshadows any and every other nitpick these morons have of a dead man. And guess what? Guess what? These were all things covered and discussed extensively during the trial. None of it is new information. But yet, somehow, that's not even the worst part of this video. No, the worst part of this entire video is at the end, when Tyler shows us a deep fake of white George Floyd.
And would this situation have played out the exact same if George Floyd...
Did I not see this? Did I forget? What? I watched this video. I didn't even see this part.
Floyd was white?
Back to you, Jay, with the weather. Hopefully it's a bit more sunny on your end.
Thank you. It's not. And also, I hate that I had to see that image. Still, I'd highly recommend Saji's work. He produces really illuminating, socially conscious commentary in an era where so many other creators are appealing to the lowest common denominator for views. Saji stands out from the rest and is an excellent entertainer. The same can't be said about Tyler Oliveira, who by now I've run out of patience for. I can't wait around any longer to analyze his dogshit content just in case he releases a video promoting David Duke as a true American patriot, as other influencers have done.
I mean, that's Sneeko though, so like, yeah.
We need this to
When's the Sneeko video coming out from Jaubrey? Oh, he already has one. Okay, that's fair.
And I know just the place. we are currently living in an increasingly divided and polarized world. We are guaranteed to have at least a few more years of tension, unrest, and very likely violence. In this era of
What's that Kirkazite innovation?
Political turmoil, we need people who are going to ask the real questions, veer away from propaganda, and lead by example. And yet, this is the guy millions of people go to for investigative journalism now.
Makes sense to me.
After Mr. Beast hit 6 million subscribers, I decided to train, both physically and mentally. And before I knew it, I had my chance to face the Beast again.
Tyler Oliveira has evolved in the time that he's been on YouTube, but his core mission has never changed: to win influence and attention at all costs. At the start of this video, I noted a simple piece of advice that Tyler gave his audience shortly after launching his channel. Sell yourself as the person they want you to be. And sure enough, that is the precise code Tyler has lived and still lives by. It started with him embarrassing himself to draw attention, leeching off larger YouTubers, and copying their styles and formats to possess even a fraction of their clout. He went through the motions of content creation and developed a formula that would keep him successful. Then, as people's tastes evolved, he found himself directed towards investigative content, often showing other people in harrowing or compromising situations. However, without the necessary nuance, and with Tyler often emphasizing scandal and shock value over productive conversation, never really straying too far from his rather tabloid roots, it really just became glorified poverty porn, which in turn drew criticism from those he portrayed or interviewed. Going out on a limb here, but I don't think Tyler ever understood the plights of the destitute. After all, we're talking about a guy who tried to soak up a swimming pool with paper towels, but over time, he decided that rather than tap into the inherent human pity people may feel for the underprivileged, he wanted to tap into the anger at those who he believed were disenfranchising them. At first, these were institutions, politicians, people, or organizations who criticized him, but eventually this mission became more politically charged as he focused his aim on immigrants, refugees, and minorities. Now, I don't think Tyler could even tell the difference between the three, but I don't think he'd even care to. As he was cast aside by those with any shred of integrity, he allied with increasingly extremist figures, those who would gladly accept any coverage from the mainstream, which has in turn influenced Tyler's videos, to the point that he's gone from talking about cities that struggle with homelessness to entertaining violent far-right figures, shining them in a heroic light, and entertaining whatever conspiracy theories they may advocate, which was hardly an unexpected pivot. The far-right regularly looks after their own, regardless of what transgressions they may have to their name. For someone like Tyler, whose reputation as a journalist was constantly being called into question by those who were concerned about his coverage of current affairs, he would always be defended by those who supported his agenda, regardless of what he said or did and whether it was actually accurate or fair. In the face of his critics, he continues to defend himself under the thin veil of just asking questions. It's not like his Twitter nowadays hides his overt political bias, but in the content, he still tries to present himself as an honest observer, rather than the flagrant opportunist he actually is. If you ask people like Tommy Robinson for their life stories and offer practically no pushback on anything they say, then you are uncritically platforming, not actually creating an accurate or challenging portrait. His buddy Jonathan Cho could have told him that. I'm sure he'd protest that nobody on the left or center wants to talk to him, which can't imagine why that would be, but we all know why he's doing this. The dude is out for himself, and that's always been abundantly clear whenever he has to confront criticism. You rarely see any self-reflection, you just see the fragility of his ego on full display.
Really, honestly, I don't feel like you're racist. I just feel like you're just a dick. That's your I'm not a dick.
Hell, he doesn't even have to respond to criticism anymore. He can just say he's triggering the libs and immediately court the same uncritical audience he's pandering to on his YouTube channel. I think it's really important to emphasize that people like Tyler don't want us to ever actually overcome the problems he reports on. It's why he gave up actually exploring the causes of these issues a long time ago. He doesn't want people to be informed, he just wants them to be ignorant and angry, because that is when conflict arises.
Don't wave at me, you sorry saying. I tell him like it is.
Man, I don't like him. I don't like him, and I want him to know I don't like him. Pack up and move back to Haitieville, where you're from.
He wants this disruption to thrive so he could go into ground zero with a microphone and a camera interviewing those who stoke the division. He thrives on anger, on conflict, on suffering, and the destruction that often brings. And of course, we should be angry sometimes, given the state of our world. Things are messed up beyond comprehension, but we should also have an idea
trying to ban TikTok, bro.
Of what we want to do about the problems that pervade our society as well. The first step is to understand these problems, and that will never come down to one demographic or one person. It's an institutional rot, one that will require a lot of time and concerted effort to seriously address. People want simple answers and identifiable enemies because it's what seems the most manageable, and in Tyler's case, profitable. But most of the time, that's simply not the case, and I do think it's our job as commentators to make sure there isn't just this irresponsible scapegoating and speculation that could escalate into more prejudice and violence. While he has followers who are willing to watch this content, donate to his channel, and pay for his Patreon, Tyler Oliveira has no reason to change. In fact, with mind to his philosophy, it may be the motive to only push him further and further into misinformation under the frivolous guise of journalism. My only hope is that Tyler's shameless greed and selfishness will eventually betray him once people's preferences for content shifts again, and he finds himself saddled by videos that are no longer rewarding. And any new popular genres that he could tie himself to don't take well to creators who fawn after fascists. But as said earlier, the far right will probably take him in as long as he still has some sort of following. He may end up on Fox News, or maybe in Washington as the new Attorney General. I mean, only time will tell. But when you look at what real journalists put themselves through on a daily basis, it shows that a lot of people don't actually care about learning what's going on in the world. They just want their views reinforced by shallow, sensationalist bullshit. And Tyler just so happens to be the courier of that crap. A Lou Bloom type, so lacking in basic morals and original thoughts that all he can do is mirror the culture's ugliest habits. And maybe that's a reflection on all of us too. A tangible sign of that exact institutional rot. It's also a sign that something does need to change if we want interlopers like Oliveira to become irrelevant. Whether that's improving the conditions on the streets or decreasing people's angst towards fellow human beings, we absolutely need to work harder to improve the systems at the heart of our society. To stop people feeling the way they feel when they watch Oliveira's content and think that he offers any sort of answer to their problems. Most well-meaning creators who report on this stuff aren't threatened by the idea that their job might become obsolete in a utopia, but Tyler is. And that's because he has nothing actually constructive or original to offer society.
Well, he's like Mr. Beast though. And like Britt Rivera. He's a little bit of everything, you know?
And he never has. His whole shtick is copying other people's content, writing off other people's narratives, and being the vessel for whatever agenda he thinks is going to bolster his bank account. This is a guy who was previously so sympathetic to drug addicts who have their products laced with fentanyl, barely a year later using fentanyl intoxication as a point to imply that George Floyd wasn't murdered. We are living in an increasingly divided world. Tension is inevitable, and unfortunately, so is the fact that influential figures exist to take advantage of such tension. Figures like Tyler Oliveira. Tyler is a scumbag, but he's also a shallow reflection of society. A person who shifts his morals on the basis of who's watching. A man who is what his audience wants him to be. Our job should not be to merely address him, but to address the conditions that make content like his so profitable. Then maybe we can begin making popular investigative journalism on YouTube more representative of the world we live in, and send Tyler Oliveira back to doing whatever this is. I still blame Mr. Beast.
I too hated that. That was Jawbree's video on Tyler Oliveira. This man is gross. And I don't like him at all. Choose the freaking ways. I don't know if there's much else for me to say about this person. We watched Vince Vicious' video about Tyler Oliveira already as well. And so this was a lot of like kind of recap about why he sucks. The most new information was at the beginning for me. But yeah. Honestly, bro, every time I say this, an ad plays. I'm gonna call it here, chat. Okay, wait. Before I do that, did y'all see the American Communist Party stuff? No. Apparently, this is what I just saw on a Twitter thread. Apparently, okay. First of all, they're getting called out on. They're getting called out on Red Note right now by people on the app. This is Eddie's account. I thought it was. It's a different account, I guess. The ACP main infiltration of Jiangshu is not going well. The American Communist Party, ACP, is funded by the American bourgeoisie and operates in a manner that opposes the worker revolution. People here are very dishonest and therefore very subversive to the labor organization. It was a small network of only 300 members, many of whom were anti-communist opportunists who supported the communist system with a superficial and opportunistic rhetoric, and the actions are severely inhibited the efforts to build consciousness for the proletariat and in the proletariat. The network's activities severely undermine the work of the ILO, creating discord, differentiation, and disconnection that have previously been united, centralized, and connected. The origins of the network can be linked to the Republican state representatives and former presidential candidate Tulsi Gabbard, a social media influencer known for supportive plundering Zorka, anarchist American mercenary Chris Halali, anti-nuclear activist Jackson Hinkle. I know Eddie mentioned. Sad. Eddie, you're part of the ACP. You don't even get mentioned in the call-out post because big L. Before the name was changed to the Communist Party of America, ACP, they were known to support ICE-operated forced labor camps and encourage support for police violence against organized citizens. In this early stage, you will find the accounts have 80 to 220 followers, at which point each page consists mainly of the people as they meet the forum and plan to follow and enjoy this content in an organized manner. So there's that. I also saw somewhere that they were going to jail. I don't know how real that is. Some people are resigning from the ACP. Like they're kind of falling apart.
Hello, everyone. Today I'm speaking primarily to my comrades in the American Communist Party, but also anti-imperialists and everyone that I've worked with over the last months to bring a vision of socialism to America. I'm speaking to inform you of my resignation.
Anyway, this is 13 minutes. So I'm not going to watch it all, but it's super funny. And I'm going to laugh at that. LOL. LOL. Because they were never serious. Actually, no. Watch, I'll be right back.
From the American Communist Party. This has been extremely difficult. The American Communist Party was my dream. And I'll forever be grateful to have worked with so many talented comrades, people who are true American patriots and committed to fighting for the working class and to building a better country for all of us. I've learned so much from all of the party members in our work together, and I'm so proud to have stood alongside you as we took to the picket lines, as we distributed meals to...
Anyway, we're not going to watch the entire 13-minute video about why this person left the ACP. But it's something that is kind of funny and I want to laugh at. Any final thoughts, chat? Wait, no music. Until I end my YouTube stream. All right, bye YouTube stream. So I can put my music to leave.